What's going on? I gotta send this invite out to Astrodab. The winds just picked up over here for me. And Terry's on her way from the studio right now. Let me see where Dab is. I'll figure this out on my phone. I gotta send this. So I'm in the Orlando area. I know it's crazy. People are like, leave, but they don't really understand. They don't really understand how sometimes things are overstated or whatnot, and just how storms move and things. And I know I left all the way back in 2017. I left myself, but that was 2017 that I left. We're already live. I didn't even play the intro yet. So we got Daryl James here. He's down near the Tampa area. Like, is it Sarasota or St. Pete? What is it considered where you at?
I'm in St. Petersburg, yeah. You want to see my street?
Yeah, I'd love to see your street. I was thinking about turning my camera off to the street too.
It's like a river.
Oh,
it's going up into my driveway.
But not hitting the back porch. Sometimes it rains here, and luckily my house is maybe 4 to 6 inches up on the back porch, but I'll have a river going on my back porch. One day I went to check the mailbox. The doormat from the back porch had sailed up into the street. So, yeah, we got some people on here now. Hey, y'all, it's me. It's Daryl James. Terry will be here soon. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Morgan. Daryl is down there in St. Pete, and that should be the worst. Now, what happened over there? Like, when did it start really kicking up for you?
I'd probably say it started getting windy around 4 o'clock, and it probably just really started kicking in probably a half hour ago. I think it's probably made landfall by now, yeah.
What that would mean to me when they told us this was supposed to kick off at 8 a.m. on Wednesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with it being late like that to me would mean that it slowed down. That's what I would assume, right?
It did. But I mean, it was just, it's broken apart. It slowed down and it kind of, widened. So it's affecting more areas. I think it's actually hitting more towards Sarasota than, or like Bradenton area, like south of me.
Oh, so it's going more south.
Mm-hmm.
That's really interesting because to have a hurricane here, you think Miami. You always think the Keys. You think Miami. Now, this is back to back of it going from the St. Pete, Sarasota side over to from the Gulf on up. But I had people telling me to come to Miami. I was like, what? You would just never think to evacuate to a place like Miami. But now we got Sherry Divman. She said there was about like all these tornado warnings where she was at. So I know a lot of people say you should leave, but they don't really understand where the fuck are you going. You understand? Like if I go to Georgia, now what? Because last week if you went to Georgia, there'd have been explosions and this and that. If you went to South Carolina, North Carolina, and normally that's where I went. 2017, I went to South Carolina with my family. I came home. Only thing we did was lose electricity, and I came home to just cleaning yards. Like just cleaning your yard. It was nothing happened.
Yeah, and you don't know. Once it gets this powerful, it can go any way at once. So I've had friends going to the Panhandle because they thought it was going to hit here, and then it just went into the Panhandle and hit them anyways.
So I'm out in Central Florida. Dad, Brad, have you met Daryl? Have you guys met?
No.
Oh, hi, Daryl.
Yeah, it's Astro Dab.
Yeah. Hello.
Well, what part are you in, Dab?
I'm in North Central Florida, so I'm near Lake City.
Yeah, Lake City. You over there by the villages where the old people be getting down at?
No, I'm further north than that.
You're a little further north?
I'm far away from the villages. Thank God.
So they don't have the pineapples on the back of the cart saying we down the swing over there where you at.
Or the loofah's on there. No, far away from that. And actually, what's interesting is that we barely getting rain right now, which is really interesting.
Gosh, I should
Like,
get
it
a
stopped
map
raining.
out. Maybe I should get a map out of Florida map, Florida by county. And
I sent you an interesting picture
oh
to your
yeah.
phone. Actually, I just mirrored a photo from the hurricane. Tell me why there's a bunch of faces popping up in here. Very
Oh
interesting.
wow. Let me see if I can download these pictures. Oh wow, these are neat, y'all. Oh, we gotta show these. Gotta show these.
Yeah,
Daryl sent me some
and I'm making a
videos.
whole video of it. They seen faces in the radar of the hurricane because they're sentient, but like I'm seeing all types of beings in there. And I'm making a video. I was making a video before I came on here, but I wasn't finished yet. But somebody had a cam footage of the docks on Tampa, and you can see the beings in the sky there, and then they're on the docks too. And then when you mirror the image, they're all in there.
I'm gonna start with this. So this is what namaste really means to Floridians, right? The word of the day. Use it in the sentence. Are y'all gonna evacuate? And it's like, nah, I'm gonna stay. I know people would get mad. They get mad. I didn't want to post these online because people would get mad. Like, you need to take it more seriously.
Namaste.
Yeah, and they'll get mad at me. Somebody else said to the new residents, only be concerned if you see the Waffle House closed. And I meant to go around the corner to the Waffle House.
Oh.
Then
Well, the Waffle Houses, yeah, they stay open. They actually have their own generators and stuff like that for storms.
Yeah, that's crazy because they about to get that money. So this one is basically saying, like, if you're not from Florida, please leave and put your seatbelt on and go. But if you're a Florida native, they're going to take your Florida grown sign away if they catch you on the highway trying to evacuate, because we just don't do that here. I'm not even a Florida native, but I've come up. Then this one, they said, meanwhile,
so if the Waffle House is open, does that mean?
I might get around the corner to go check it out too. So this one says, meanwhile, we're open until the letters.
If the Waffle House is open, does that mean it's okay?
Does that mean
if it's okay if the Waffle House is still open right now?
Yes, it does. That means you still safe. So that one says,
wow, I didn't know that. I'm not from Florida.
The letters fall off the sign. So if the letters ain't falling off the sign, a lot of shit is still open around here, you know? I remember back in 2022 when we had that conference. Remember that? I stayed then.
What?
And so everybody
I got
was
like,
the conference is going to be canceled. And I was like, y'all, they'll show you one spot where there's all the rain. They'll show you that one spot where there's all the rain, but then they don't show you that across the street, like that everything is fine and the electricity's on. They show you the worst shit. And then, so in 2022, I drove around and showed people like, no, we can still have the conference. Everything is fine. You know, today so far, I heard 3 generators go off. I was on the phone with Randy and I could hear the generators, not the generators, the transformers. I heard 3 of them blow. The second one blew. And then a little bit after that, our electricity went out. The internet blinked. And me and Randy were on the phone. I said, oh, shit, we're going to be doing it in the dark. And then, boom, the electricity came back on. I was like, go, God, what? Like, fuck you.
You see that eyeball in there? There's a huge eyeball right in that picture. And nobody really notices it because it's so big. But there's a huge eyeball. Like,
yeah, it is.
I saw it immediately.
Almost,
and then when you mirror the images,
almost even a mothership.
I think the ships are conscious. So
yeah,
I would say that they're overlay their self on their ship, because when you mirror it, man, you're gonna see it. It's a big face. I mean, it's a huge eyeball right there. And
I do want to point this out though. This striation right here. This is amazing. That's beautiful.
Yeah, so that was right before Milton. Milton came.
So explain
this. Is the mirrored image.
Images.
So a lot of these beings that are existing in our reality only show half of their self because they're coming from higher dimensions. So since they can't interfere with us, if we choose with our own free will to want to see what they look like, then we have to kind of use our own technology to do that, which is mirroring. And by completing the sacred geometry of the other half, they'll help us show more multidimensionality in our reality. So by mirroring the image, we actually see a direct kind of verification of what we're actually seeing with our naked eye. Because a lot of us are seeing stuff with our naked eye, and we're like, does that look like that? It looks like an eyeball, but there's clearly eyeballs right there. And it's clearly a face to a capacity, just floating there in the ether. So I think they're in these storms, they're ahead of everything. They're in stuff like that. I'm constantly seeing them all the time like that. It's kind of wild. I think I sent you some more too. It's a picture from the docks I saw on this dash cam, or not dash cam, but one of those earth cams they have in Tampa of the marinas, and it was looking kind of funky there, so I mirrored that too. And there's a bunch of beings in that as well. They're all over the place, and I want to say that like somebody earlier today was saying something about how these elementals out here, we're giving them assistance, but a lot of these things are being manufactured in a way to where they're overloading and needing a lot of work. So asking these beings for shielding for them so they can do their job easier to help move this storm along was kind of key. And it made sense, but it just goes to show you that a lot of our storms and things are conscious and more conscious than we actually presume it to be. So it's wild. Let's see here. What, Erica get her power knocked out? Where'd she go?
What happened? Got knocked out?
Oh, there you are.
Oh, okay, I'm back.
I was like, what happened?
I'm back, huh? And the electricity blinked.
The power went out.
It blinked, but the electricity went out, but the internet went out because the electricity blinked, but it was really only the internet that was out. So.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
So you saw the eyeball there regularly. You see it there, but when you mirror the image, you'll really see it because now it has two sets of eyes there. So there was an eyeball floating there, but now it confirms that it was an eyeball. When we kind of see it, which makes this kind of wild, you know. There you go. I'm back. Yeah, there you go. So I enhanced it a little bit, so now you can really see it. You see the different color. Let me see my camera. You see the different colors at the top there, and you can clearly see there's another being at the top. And the light part, those are like high frequency colors coming in. Definitely what we think it is. Just to put it out there. These storms are conscious.
So explain that, because I don't know if anybody out there understands the mirroring of images and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna say hi to Morgan, Angela, Lisa. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. But we're gonna ride this
Facebook
out.
too, huh? Whatever.
Oh, I'm in Orlando. Yeah. All right, it's starting to get windy. That's what I'm talking about. I'm in the O. I'm out here in the Popka. And you're out in the O, so cool beans.
Yeah, I'm in yeah, it's awesome. It's barely raining here, and it's on and off rain, but we'll see in a little bit here. But okay, so the mirroring, explain the mirroring, okay? A lot of these beings are coming from higher dimensions, you want to say, of consciousness, and molecular cloaking technology, from my understanding, is them showing only half of their self, because for them to come down into a lower density, like third density or fourth density, whatever, and they're coming from 12th, a lot of these beings we haven't seen before. So they're coming down in density to meet us halfway. Every time they do that, it's like they use a lot of energy, and it's easier for them to just kind of overlay their self in our reality, every which direction, and just showing half of their self. So when you see them in our reality, it's like a cluster of consciousness. So it's multiple beings overlaid upside down, left to right, right to left. And how it works is by mirroring the image, completing the sacred geometry of the balance, creating the oneness factor. And then also we're meeting them halfway by using our own technology. And when we do that, they show us more multidimensional aspects in our reality, to the point where we'll start seeing faces, we'll start completing faces. I've seen faces of full on beings, different types of let's say meta-terrestrial beings, because they don't have a physical body. They're literally like energy, and a lot of them look human, some of them look insectoid, some of them look like what we think they look like. And this is just one of the pictures from earlier today. Somebody took a picture of a tornado coming in from just a couple hours ago, and it was a big eye floating there, just, you know, kind of ominous. And when you enhance your photo, so you actually have to change the color, change the saturation, because these beings are coming in from different light frequencies and light spectrums that our eyes can't see. Then you'll start, and when you mirror, you'll start seeing what you actually are seeing. And a lot of the times they'll show themselves in great detail because we are setting the intents to meet them halfway. So it is. And here is a great shot somebody took, and I saw on X right before I got on here. I was like, wow, that's a huge eyeball. So I went to mirror this right before I came on here and saw this, and it's like, wow. So, and that's a great eyeball. I mean, this is a great shot this guy took earlier today. I'm surprised he doesn't see it, or maybe he did see it, and that's why he took the picture, and he's probably questioning himself, because when you see this in person, man, it's so huge and larger than life that, like, you question sometimes your own reality, even though you know this exists and you know they're there. But, like, I mean, that eyeball has to be at least 100 feet across. This is huge. I mean, you see the trees at the bottom, so you know how big the to put it into to scale, how big that eye is just floating there.
I'm on the porch, so I got a computer going, but then I went outside. Oh man.
Oh, okay. I was like, dang, what's going on?
Yeah, you can see
Oh,
like
okay.
the wind blowing and stuff. Woo! Oh wow.
Yeah, it's wild. What's interesting is that this storm was reported on the social media and the news as a category 5. And I was having friends use software that was showing the storm being only like a 70 mile, the most 70 mile an hour winds. So either somebody's not telling us the truth here, or something's going on. Because
that was the thing.
You can't go from 180 miles an hour or to 50 miles an hour wind. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just don't make any sense. I can hear the storm at Erica's. Yeah, he can. You can hear the storm at your house.
Right, I'm out here in a Apopka. Why?
We in Florida, and I can't even hear the storm. I don't hear nothing.
And they're on the coast.
Quiet.
So it must. I'm like, so has it passed over you guys and just come to Central Florida now? Because that's where it should be. Okay, Daryl's saying he just basically started hearing things about an hour ago, and same here. It's been raining all day. The wind was still, everything was still, you know, the electricity went off a couple of times around 8 o'clock. That's the first time the electricity even began to blink. I've been over here making necklaces and making, you know, heating up barbecue chicken. So I've been pretty good over here. I was like, you know, I was feeling
You're
this
having a party
like,
over there.
Right. I was like, damn, they done made me buy all these lime chips for nothing. I done got the house. I bought some water, but I refused to what really made me upset. I went to the store the other day because my friend went and got water, and so then I was like, okay, you went and got water, because he was asking me what my protocol was. I was like, my protocol is stay inside my house and mind my business, because I know that people get real anxious and real crazy. So But I went to the gas station, all the pumps were full. People were just grabbing water and wham, wham. I was like, bitch, when you ever gonna drink all this water? Like what, you know how long you would have anyway, but I guess people would have to be without for a long time, because you're planning for this long period of time. We got enough peanut butter and jelly here. We got cookies, we got our water, you freeze the water and get bought the cooler out. But I think this is more than I've ever gone through. Besides in 2017 when I left, I've never really gone through a lot. I've never nailed up windows. I've never gone through a
you're
whole lot.
comfortable right now. It looks like. You don't have to worry. You got the unicorn onesie on. You're good.
Right. I've never even gotten a generator. Just so you guys can see.
Oh my God.
Is in full effect.
She got a unicorn onesie.
She's out here, baby.
You know it's a hurricane party when you pull out the unicorn onesie.
But I've never gone through a lot with it. And then that's like, I thought about it this year. What I should do, I should get a generator and I hate it because it forces consumerism. And I think people don't understand, like, you really want to dig your heels in because you do feel like the fucking weather is manipulated. And so you're being forced to go buy stuff. And I hate it. I understood when they first started talking about the Doppler, that's, back in the day, and it was like sponsored by. But notice this, when the pandemic came, when there's a hurricane, the stores make so much money because they got people running and panicking and running and panicking. I wonder how long it took people to use all that toilet paper that they bought. You know what I'm saying? Like, how long did it take to use all that toilet paper? Does anybody have, the stockpiled on toilet paper? No. Yeah, see, because by the coast, that's the biggest thing. It's really the water and the bridges swaying. Yes, there is gonna be, because this is the danger of any tropical storm that we have. It's gonna be the wind and the water and these power outages. I'm really not sure why. Here, the power lines go like this, right down the street, and then the trees are right there. And so they cut the trees like this, and then the power line goes through it. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I don't even know why our cities are arranged this way, but as much money as people take from us and as much money as they want, why haven't we got a better system? Because for me, this stuff doesn't just happen when there's a hurricane. This happens when there's a thunderstorm, period. During thunderstorms, we lose power. So people don't really understand, like, we do this every week. You understand? Even, and then living in a place where, okay, it says April showers bring May flowers. For us, March through May, it's raining. July through October, it's raining. It's a bit much. There's other parts of the world where it rains once a year. So I just can't help but feel like it's all just manipulated in some way, And yeah, you can't make storms out of nowhere. But yeah, there's already tropical storms happening. But I even challenged somebody in the Bible. Were there hurricanes in the Bible? Like, if we could get like a recorded history of the storms to say this is what happens once a year, but for us, this is happening constantly. For us to be on the letter, what letter is this? Morgan? What letter is Morgan in the alphabet? Because every year it starts from A. So that's how many storms there were. Right. And so right now, there's no money for FEMA, but you sent all your money to the Ukraine. Everybody was down with Israel. So our money has been gone. All our relief is gone. No relief for us, right? No money for Hawaii, right?
Yeah.
Every time something happens here, no money. But outside, we got plenty of money for everybody else, but basically fuck us, because we got to get new we got to get new voters here. Your cab driver, your Lyft driver is most likely from the Ukraine. I'm gonna just say that. You know what I'm saying? Check it. That they making room for these new voters, and our vote doesn't count anymore. And here we got this shit. I know my mom, she probably called to comfort me and like, did you batten down the hatches? And I'm like, they're not gonna understand. My response is so angry at this driven consumerism and this weather manipulation. And look where the fuck our money is going. You go to other countries. Here's a great thing. This morning, Hillsborough County at 8 a.m., they started telling them to evacuate. What'll happen is the rest of the world, they're going to tell you, we told the people in Florida to evacuate. And I got 2 people on here who can tell you the truth. They do not fucking do that. They don't tell us to evacuate. They don't. Now,
I
8
didn't hear
a.m.,
them.
they told Hillsborough County to evacuate. So guess what happened? It's the day of the event. You told them to evacuate. People are trapped at the airport. People were stuck on the highway, and people were at the gas station unable to get gas. So now the news cameras went to these places and was like, oh my God, guess what? People are stuck. And so they created the news, right? I can't say too much because I got me a little thing of wine right here and I'm a little bit pissed off. What the fuck?
Damn.
It pisses you off because it's manipulation. We know it. We've seen the little cartoons. They've been making movies and cartoons about how you can rule the world and you can drive consumerism by fucking controlling the weather. And anybody who wants to say it's not manipulated, I mean, have a good life. It's on you. That's your business. Me, I just feel it's manipulated. And then I guess in Hurricane Katrina, they got in trouble for not evacuating people. So what they'll do is go on the news, the national news, and say, we evacuated. But I'm gonna tell you guys, they don't tell us that shit, man. They started talking Cat 5 and Cat 6, and there wasn't ever even a Category 6 ever before.
Cat 6. Yeah.
That's not even
been a category.
So
like, no, we getting the Cat 6 out here. Like, what's Cat 6?
I'm just tuning in. I had a busy afternoon. So obviously, Brad, you're still in one piece and your roof is still on and Erica's roof is still on. So
Dad live in a tiny house.
Yeah. So
I do.
What happened? So where did it actually make landfall?
It's supposed to have made landfall. They told us this was going to happen
over Tampa
this morning.
Okay.
It's hit landfall now. The eye is over Tampa right now.
So if it was supposed to hit at 8 a.m. and now you got it 9 p.m. and it's just getting crunk, that means it had to slow down, right? Because they late.
Yeah, like what? How is
or
that?
Speeding up and it's about to be out of here before midnight.
My understanding is that when hurricanes hit landfall, they quickly dissipate into a storm rather than gaining any force or gaining momentum, because the land is supposed to. That's what I learned when I went through university and school. But obviously, they've got different science now. Like the hurricane in all the rain in North Carolina. Like, how did that happen? Anyway, I guess it's different. It's new science,
right?
Now. New science.
Normally,
well, I mean, what she just said, hurricanes don't go from west to east normally. You know what I'm saying?
Normally,
so there's some kind of
in the Gulf, it goes to Galveston.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It doesn't come to North Carolina.
Like it's consciousness just moving around.
This is abnormal.
There's some kind of aspect to this where it's like, oh man, I don't know, because I'm kind of torn between it being some kind of human interaction with this, and then also there's a divine interaction with this, because I'm seeing all types of beings in these storms, especially this one. I'm seeing all types of beings in there, and yeah, I think they're helping.
She's over there
for sure. I mean,
that's where we go mining at. That's where we mining for clams over there. That was asking me the other day about mining phosphorus, because over in North Carolina they're mining lithium. Down here they mine phosphorus, and he didn't know about that. I said, you can tell when they're mining for phosphorus down here, they do these blasts, and these big black chunks of phosphorus come up on the shore. Then all the fish die. So there's a lot of mining going on here, but what they're mining for is phosphorus. But I would see it every time I was going to Okeechobee, these different places where you can't go because of the mining. Sorry to interrupt you, but hopefully you remember what you were saying. Go back.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm just it's the mining is and then that's this aspect of I mean, you all see the radar picture with the face on it? They're trying to say and they're trying to compare it to an old hurricane from years ago that had a face on it. But I mean, I think all of our storms are conscious to a degree. You're gonna see faces in every storm. There's a huge face in the one radar picture.
I also believe I was talking to Matthew Turner today and I showed him a news clip and he said he noticed that they were using old information too. This is all a business, you guys. Television is a business. If I gotta get you off of I gotta get you off of Netflix and watching the news, you guys, so
well, I mean, let's say if you don't watch the news, but you decide to watch the weatherman, then that's the problem. Because if you don't trust the news, then don't trust the weatherman because he's part of the news. The weatherman is gonna lie to you just like the news is.
And then when you put them all together, when you hear the inflections that they all have a rehearsed speech, that they're all saying the same thing, then you begin to see like the patterns and stuff, just it's funny business. Not that this isn't happening, because there's obviously 3-4 I've already heard 4 transformers blow. My electricity has gone off while we were on this live, and then it went off 3 times before that. So no, it's happening, but how does this happen like this? We have to begin to question this. This doesn't, it doesn't make, it's a little bit funny.
It is a little weird.
Consumer driving, it's a lot going on. And then to tell everybody that this was going to be a Cat 5 when this was a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm.
Right. They were hoping it's going to be a Cat 5 when it got here.
Isn't it funny?
And then I was hearing if they scare us enough and they get us to loosh, we can manifest that storm into a Cat 5. So if they put it out there that, hey, this is going to be the worst storm in history, and we have enough people believing in that, then it becomes that. And they were hoping that, because a lot of these storms we create ourselves. I mean, not physically. I mean, physically, yes, but they need us to believe it that it's something else for that extra energy, that extra kick for it to, do its thing. And they loosh off of us from that.
I would like Mike Powell, if your friend could let us know if they hear the whistling, because I'm going to tell you that's the most traumatic part of the storm is sitting in your house and you can hear it going, woo, you can hear the noises and stuff and you can hear the wind. But like right now, I could be sitting in here talking to you. I hear a little bit of rain. I can barely hear the rain right now. And so 110-mile-per-hour winds, you're going to hear that whistling. It's not the train whistle that comes. The train whistle probably is like maybe higher. You can see it. There's it's going to keep blinking. The lights are blinking. But I think they've done so much work around my house. Last week, the electricity went out for 18 hours. Before that, it wasn't even a hurricane. It was just raining one day and the electricity goes out. But I'm hoping that they get this stable where these trees and these transformers, it really doesn't make sense for these transformers to be blowing up constantly like this. But I've already heard 4 transformers blow up today. And luckily, I'm on the winning team this time. Last time when the electricity went out, people think it's going to be like grid wide. And you call and they'll say, 108 houses or 76 houses. This is how it works. It works in these little grids because we got these little boxes or whatever. But so this time,
take
Disney out.
So I last weekend here in the Canadian prairies in Manitoba, we had an extreme windstorm, and they were telling us. I'm sure that the winds were 80 miles an hour on Saturday night, and they probably were gusts to almost 100. I was at my place in the country and I have a mobile home and I could really literally feel it. The wind just pounding at it and everything was shaking. And Erica, like you said, you heard that whistle. You could hear that whistle in the wind. And our power didn't go out in the city, but it did go out in parts, and we usually have our power grid system is pretty strong here because we have hydropower here and we export a lot of our power. So our system is really quite sturdy. So for it to have gone out the southeastern part of our province, a lot of the places were out. So and it was out for anywhere between 6 and 10 hours in some places, which is a long outage. But apparently they got everything fixed, and who knows where it went down. But like you said, it's little grids that go out. So, yeah. So I'm hearing you.
Yeah. I'm going to share from Daryl. Daryl had sent me, I don't know if maybe his power just went out or what. I'm going to share some from Daryl. This is the video that he sent me. Oh, yeah. So he just said the power went out. So this was him earlier today around 4 o'clock.
Wow. That looked like the hurricane landed already at 4 o'clock. That's what it looks like when it's on. When you know what I mean.
See, that's just like a tropical storm type wind. That's not hurricane. Hurricane winds, you see all the leaves on those trees going in one direction. You don't really see that. You see what I'm saying? See how they're kind of floating back and forth. That's normal. That's a rainstorm. That's normal.
Interesting.
See what I'm saying? No, the trees aren't bending.
Mm-hmm.
The dog is not afraid, you know? So power outages. Now that looks exciting right there. That looks like a little bit of drama right there.
Yeah.
That's what he's got going on over there.
Oh,
but
wow.
That was at 4 o'clock. And so that's the procession. And so it really didn't really get rocking and rolling till about 8 o'clock. And so now it's about 9. I'm about an hour away from all that. So we got the Duke Energy. Milton is bringing high winds, excessive rainfalls to much of our state. Beware of dangerous conditions. Report the power lines. Customers in heavily impacted areas should prepare for extended outages. Our crews are positioned. You guys actually had an outage last week, and they actually left the equipment there, right?
Yes, from Helene. The power lines were down. There was a transformer down at Kathy's house. Hi, Kathy, by the way. I know she's watching. They done left the transformer at her house, probably because they knew this next storm was coming. I was like, man, that's a pretty heavy piece of equipment just to leave at somebody's house, and dangerous too. Like if you walk up on a transformer and they haven't completely unhooked it and there still has charge in that sucker, you're gonna have a bad day. So them leaving it there was kind of odd, but this is I guess they were expecting store number 2 to come. And then for what I'm seeing on the internet, there are people talking about a third storm coming. So you can kind of see it on the maps. I don't know. I'm not going to manifest that, but there are people talking about it right now. So interesting.
My only warning sign today that I put that cat food out, the peacocks didn't come over today.
Oh, there you go.
The peacocks come, they start on my roof about 6-7 o'clock in the morning, and I already told them I'm not messing with y'all until 8-9 o'clock. My office hours do not start until 9 o'clock, so they can come out there and bake that food if they want to. But anyway, they did not come out there today. There's still, the raccoons didn't come by to get anything. The cats, they didn't come. No, I hadn't seen any extra cats out there today. So they are, chilling. They not coming out. Even just now outside. I mean, I think I went outside around 8 and there were still people outside, like still driving around. So I really was tempted just now, but it was raining a little bit too hard. I was like, don't be crazy and die on camera. No, I was like, I want to go around the corner to the Waffle House because literally, like, Waffle House is on the next street. Crazy. Yeah, something has to give. Right. We got to stop this nonsense. Yeah, I done took a drink. My eyelids is getting a little droopy, so.
Hey, it's a hurricane party. You might as well calm your nerves somehow.
There and got back here in Indiana yesterday. Yeah, if you can. It used to be that my mom's house was in South Carolina and I would have this place to go stay and it would just make life easy. And I packed up my dog and packed up my cat. But now I'm taking care of other cats and birds and I don't know. I'm just not. And then I already saw what happened the last few times that we had these huge storms that I was pretty safe in this area. So I just decided I'm going to stay. And I think people watch a lot of videos and they don't understand why we stay. And I'm like, well, why does Terry live in Manitoba? It's cold. But then
Yeah, I mean, this is the place you
it gets
love.
so cold that the power lines snap and they lose power. Like I couldn't imagine living in Chicago. That seems like, not the coolest thing.
It's
Right?
a windy city, right?
Yeah.
Right. I lived in Colorado where it's like 50-degree temperature differential sometimes. So it'll go from like 80 degrees to like freezing overnight, and that's a huge temperature drop. But I mean, I loved it out there, even though there's not that many trees where I lived at. So if it was windy that day, you're getting all that wind. Nothing blocking it. So it's just, I guess it's a matter of fact of what you like and what you're comfortable with. Everybody's comfortable to some degree with something.
Be sure to like and subscribe, y'all. Be sure to like and subscribe. We're going to stay on here as long as we can anyway. This is a hurricane party. Where the food at, y'all? What you got over there, Deb? I made barbecue chicken.
Right now, drinking a vanilla chai coffee, a drink from Bathhouse Farms. And no sponsorship here. Just,
no sponsorship.
Got my vanilla.
No sponsorship. What you got in your cup, Terry?
Cold coffee.
Oh wow! At this time of night.
Yeah, I got a cold coffee too right now.
And I have a salad for my supper because I just came back from teaching from a class.
Joe said that they always go east.
The cyclone if it goes west, isn't it? Isn't it a cyclone if it goes from east to west? It's considered a cyclone because it's going counterclockwise.
They used to tear up Galveston, Texas all the time, but now it just doesn't seem to do that. It seems like it just wants to hang out in Orlando. So I think it wants to come and see magic. Maybe it's waiting for
the magic. You don't see Mickey Mouse.
Ooh, tell me about that. Tell me about the Mickey Mouse thing. Ooh, people have
from what I understand, there's a lot of bad magic going on at Disney and a lot of underground stuff happening. So I mean, would it be wrong to say that if people wished it enough to take Disney down, this storm consciously goes over Disney and rains a lot and does some kind of chaos? I mean, it's going over there.
About the hands.
Yes, the hands facing on the 10 and the 9. Yeah, the hands on the 10 and the 9 on the Mickey clock, which is actually interesting because why is Mickey pointing at the 10 and the 9? What's today? October 9th.
Stolen legacy of Milton Mouse. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
And there was
Milton Mouse, really?
Yeah, there were other mouse videos. Oh, so what are they saying? Who is Milton Mouse? In 1920, Paul Terry started Fable Studios, Inc., and subsequently the Aesop Fables cartoon. And the first cartoon, The Goose That Laid the Golden Egg, debuted in 1921, which is interesting because I think they did do that again with Donald Duck too, didn't they? Something about a goose and the golden egg. Wow.
Interesting.
There's even when it comes to The Hobbit. Wait a minute. No, there's another elf show. No, it's The Hobbit, right? And it has the elves in it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know
there
was a thing called Elf Quest, and Elf Quest got knocked out. Elf Quest got knocked out by The Hobbit.
And Lord of the Rings.
If you look at it,
Yeah, but the Hobbit was a prequel to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that was the original.
So it's the same world. Same world. Yeah.
Same characters. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Did you know this story about the 7 or something, or I don't know?
So you can see how Mickey's pointing at the 10 and at the 9 on the watch, right?
Right.
What's today?
The 9th.
Oh.
10-9. So some
But
people are
it's 10
saying,
and 2,
huh?
10 and 2 and 7. It had something to do. I thought it had to do with the
Well,
7
it's
on
not the 9. It's pointing at the 10 and the 9 is what people are saying. So, and then the storm magically is going over Orlando right now. That's, I don't know.
Go
It's kind
this
of
way.
interesting.
The legacy of Milton Mouse.
And then if you go notice, some maps popped up on the internet showing
Look
some
at
underground
that.
tunnels.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
some underground
This is
submarine tunnels.
standard.
Look at those submarine tunnels. These are tunnels, submarine tunnels that are under Orlando that go straight from the coast. So they literally were pulling their subs up and they would go underground and show up in Orlando.
Oh, man.
And actually talking about those submarine terminals, one of the main terminals is right here under Winnipeg. That's the main
Interesting.
hub. Yeah. And we're in the middle of the Canadian prairies. How's that? How can you have an underground sub terminal? Right? Well, I mean, but yeah, this is
Right.
It's just
You know, they'll
interesting,
tell you can't have a basement in places like this, right?
Man,
You guys
shoot, they have a
button,
submarine. Yeah,
hit the
they have
like
a
button.
submarine that can go into Las Vegas from the coast of California. So they can build a sub that goes underground into Florida, even though there's no basements and the ground is
Yeah.
soft here. They're going deep underground.
Oh yeah, they're hundreds and hundreds of feet deep.
Yeah,
I think it's
hell
hard
yeah.
for people to imagine that underneath the earth crust, like that you can build whole train stations and whole
Yeah.
cities and villages underneath the ground. It's hard to imagine.
The shelf of the continental U.S., if you look at like a geographic map overlay, it's like a straight drop off, like a cliff. So if you were in a sub, all you have to do is drill a hole into that continental shelf, and you're underground a couple hundred feet.
Right. Oh man, Alex is here. Andy is here. Barbie is here. I'm gonna
Hello,
go
everyone.
through the names, y'all. I'm gonna go through the names. So Alex, we got Kathy, Andy, Matt, Lisa, Andy, and they say Milton. Now, Joe, if you got more information, please drop it. We got Heather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that too. There is a Stargate over Mayock State Park. There is a Stargate over there, and we're in Sarasota, where she's just saying that in Mayock State Park. So Ashiana Dean says, but there's also an Ark of a Covenant Gate too, also in Florida. So there's a Stargate and a Covenant Gate in Florida, right? And then there's one right off the coast in the Atlantic Ocean where the Bermuda Triangle is, which is also interesting.
So here's some funny business. This was some funny business that Matthew pointed out today, because never before have we had a Cat 6 storm. Don't know where they're coming up with the sci-fi, but there's a movie called Cat 6 of Destruction.
You can't make this up, really? Did it just come out?
No, this actually came out, and I think he said 2005, 2006, something like that.
Okay. Still programmed.
I don't know, man. Just a lot. Everybody says it. Can't make this shit up, you know. Here it is.
No. And it's a storm that seemed kind of rushed, you know, like 1 minute nobody's reporting on it at all. They're like, oh no, it could be something. It could be. We won't have any evidence. But all this other time, they're doing 10-day out models of when the storm comes, and then within 3 days, now all these reports are coming in. It's a Category 5 out of nowhere. Just makes me raise eyebrows a little bit, just because of what we know they can do and what I know is out there. Because from my reports that they're saying, there is a from certain intel that I've gotten that they have a mobile size unit that they can move around.
7 disaster 5 movie. I'm gonna tell y'all something though, man. Do you know how many end of the world movies there are?
A lot.
So many. There's everything focused on apocalypse, end of the world, something crashing into the planet, some type of break, and it's like, why is everything so focused on the end of the fucking world? These people want you to feel like it's the end and make an exit. And for a lot of people, they can't even take this stuff. This makes people feel they want to exit this planet. You know what I'm saying? And you got to wonder why is there so much of this type of media out here, man? That's a lot. It's
I think it's
overwhelming.
programming, man.
It's
Programming.
overwhelming.
Because if they can get you to believe in this stuff, then you will manifest it into your reality.
The power of thought is so important. Power of thought is so important. You know, that's another one that she said that, because Issa, let's see what Issa had on her page. Because Issa was let's see why. She was talking about, she talks a lot about the energy body, but she was talking about that Bermuda Triangle, this place.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
Let me see
respect
if I can send it to you.
by showing her. Oh, wait a minute. I just went past it all quick and then I went down it. Share this tab instead. Okay, so have you, okay, so let's show our beautiful Issa. She discusses the energy body and the healing of the energy body out there in Mexico. She's been checking on me, checking on us, making sure we're kosher over here. So now I'm going to go and show this picture that she showed. Did that come up for y'all? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Bermuda Triangle. Yep. Interesting.
You know, in Florida, in the 80s and 90s, there was a drive to get Puerto Rican people. They had a special deal where they could buy acres of land here. I really feel like they want to get people out of that area so they can go mine it like they do Haiti. But
they're mining Haiti more than just the minerals. Let me say that.
Right. Yeah, mining people.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Right.
But
I didn't know if I could say that because I know you're on some other platforms. So I didn't want to
we can say, but that's very cool terms. Mining people. Now Puerto Rico, I don't think they can mine people as easily as they can in Haiti.
Right.
There are over 100 celebrities. We should look that up. How many celebrities have nonprofits, charities for Haiti? But I said,
Oprah got one.
How many people have you ever seen come forward and thank the Clintons for it? Thank you so much for helping me graduate college. I've never seen a person come forward and say thank you to Angelina Jolie. Thank you, Brad Pitt. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Clinton. Because of you, I graduated and I have a better life. I've never seen one person.
You never hear about the kids that get adopted into the country. And then the ones that get adopted into the country that are go to these celebrities, they end up being having gender transfers and stuff.
Yeah.
You notice that?
Yeah.
Like all the celebrities that are adopting these African children, these Haitian children, you don't hear from them. I think, you don't hear any success stories.
What's that one lady's name? Oh my God. She turned both of her boys into girls. Oh, so gross.
My God. A lot of them done that. Dwayne Wade did that with Gabrielle Union. Who else? You can name it. A lot of them. It's a part of their what they worship and rituals is the inverting of the divine feminine and masculine. So there's actually more than you think. And we're gonna be shocked when it all comes out.
Charlize Theron.
Oh, her, yeah. I knew she was bad when she was on the Batman movie.
Really? Why?
She just gave me bad vibes in that. I don't know. It was just weird. Just gave me weird vibes with everything.
The movies that people get really shows their rank in the system of things. That's what I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
So, am I sharing this one now? Can you see the kid, the little boy?
Yeah, I can see him.
Just a little boy. Oh, he already has earrings on. Wow.
Yeah,
You already,
yeah.
you already
See
know on that one. I
what they
don't know
doing to
who's
these kids, man.
by and watch this boy gonna have size 13 feet trying to put him in fucking heels. I mean, really.
Right. This is
These
wrong.
are
Look at that.
these are two little boys. Look at his little feet in the sandals. Don't even look
Oh
right.
my God.
Got his hair all braided up. These are two little boys right here.
Telling you, man. Ritual
This is about the
abuse.
weather, but this is about the system of things. You know what I mean? Look how
I
you got
mean,
look at them feet. Oh my God. Look at them fucking feet. Oh no. Look at them feet.
you can do
Now.
this all night.
Stop playing. Stop playing. Look at them feet. It's nothing
Yeah.
human about these little feet. I don't care if you
My
put deep
instant.
on it or not.
Yeah.
That little boy got him all lip glossed up. She wrong for that, man. She wrong for that. I'm about to look it up. How many celebrity charities are in Haiti? But you know, you guys.
Yeah, Magic Johnson's son. I definitely thought about that too. I was about to say EJ Johnson Jr. EJ Johnson. He's one. He's one. There's a bunch of them. They used to take the first child.
What?
Yeah.
What? Let me show you something. This is funny. They said it's 10,000. I mean, not that this thing can't be wrong, but the first answer it said was
Tom Hanks' older son was a girl. Oh wow.
10,000 non-governmental organizations in the country.
Dang.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why?
You
That's why, man.
You would think with all that the country would be flourishing. Not
The country should be thriving.
But we're leading in the most child abductions and missing children in the world.
Wow.
We're the number one hotspot for trafficking.
Celebrities giving to Haiti. Oh no. Who's that lady?
There you go.
Who's that lady? You remember her?
I can't see her. I can't see her.
Oh no, you don't see her. Oh no.
I see her, but it's like it's really tiny.
Who is running for president? I can't remember what her name is. Oh, Palin. Sarah Palin.
Oh.
Sarah Palin. Oh.
That's the lady, the lady from Alaska.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't you know?
You can see Russia from her house.
They thought she was a national security risk.
You could go to see how many celebrities. I'm gonna do some research on that another time, but yeah. So this took a turn, but still, it's all the same beast to me. It's the same little monsters.
I think it's just bringing attention. This whole storm is bringing attention to what they can actually do and how they can manifest and drive and create fear from events. And this could just be a psyop too. Like you got to put that into perspective. That like this could be a bringing attention to us that they can do this, and that like at the end of the day, it's not as strong as we thought. So that's what I think it is. Bringing attention to
on the election. Some people believe there is no election.
I don't think there's going to be. That's my opinion.
I don't know about.
There's a lot of evidence showing. There's a lot of evidence showing that we ain't. I mean, first of all, we can't even. First of all, look at it this way: the one of the candidates didn't legally get elected for run as president, nor can she run as president because she's literally not. She's an anchor baby. Okay, like that right there is null and void. So if they allow her to run, that's treason. So that right there tells you we ain't gonna have an election.
Minute. Yeah, if you're Jamaican, but you know
you're an anchor baby.
So you can be. Can you be naturalized as a Jamaican? Right, you can be naturalized.
That's a whole other country. I mean, you can be a naturalized Jamaican if you were born here and your parents are from Jamaica, or you came over here and you got.
And she grew up in Vancouver, in Canada, and then and then she went
Candace
back
Owens is exposing her right now on another level, which is blowing some stuff up.
Oh my God!
Candace Owens is exposing this whole thing. I don't think it's going to happen like that. That's just my opinion on this. You know what I mean? That's because, and then the second, and when people really find out who Kamala really is, it's going to blow people's mind because they're not even going to realize who she really is.
Well, interesting.
So who is she, Brad? Tell us.
Okay, well, from my research, okay, because you ain't gonna find her dad actually connections are kind of interesting, and he comes from a lot of communist connections, and also some CIA imprints from there, and a lot of people are pointing that Kamala Harris could be a man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the old Kamala Harris. I mean, we're looking at Kamala Harris 2.0. So, the old Kamala, because this new Kamala don't. If you look at her from the old Kamala, it kind of look different.
You know, well, what about, okay, so I thought what was interesting too, when she was first chosen as the running mate, the actual other Kamala Harris, there was another Kamala Harris, the wrestler. Did you know about him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm. And then she's saying that her mom, the lady, like, so what Candace Owens is picking up is that her ancestry is a lie, like on what her ancestry truly is, and like the people that she said that helped raise her were like they weren't servants, but I would say they were like her babysitters or like people that helped her family out around the house and stuff. That it wasn't her actual parents, and it doesn't match up on the dates. So that's what Candace Owens is digging up, and there's records out there and reports that she was born in the UK, moved to Baltimore, then went to Canada, and that's where she's originally from. So she's not even really a naturalized citizen. Oh, dang, it took her out.
Where is she?
If she's coming back, the power might have flicked off again. This hurricane party's good. I hope she comes back, man.
It can be limited. It can be just a limited amount of time. So, have you done the astrological chart for her?
No, actually, I should. Actually. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know that somebody else had done it, and it's very interesting to see. That's why I was asking you.
I did Donald Trump's, and Donald Trump is amazing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump's got a Sagittarius moon and a Leo rising, so he's very who he's supposed to be. Mm. He's an awesome guy, open to a lot of new things. He's got leadership abilities built into his thing. He's got great speech, natural leader, and he's open to new possibilities with that Sagittarius moon. So he's got a lot of fire with a lot of air, So it's very interesting when you have that mix, and your sun sign is an air sign. You have your rising and your moon's in fire. You got a lot of drive, a lot of passion, a lot of leadership abilities, and there's a lot of that's why when you see Trump in the position that he's in, because he don't stop. His drive is just, he's got that extra energy to keep going, and that's what makes him where he's at.
So tell me what you think about, like the people that are playing these characters. Like, I like to say to people that sometimes some of these people are like a James Bond, right? So the James Bond has a character, and we always see who James Bond is. And it doesn't matter whether it's Sean Connery or someone else playing James Bond. We see James Bond as that particular person. So do you think that some of these people that have these high profiles are really more than just one person? Like,
absolutely.
I'm going to say Elon. Like Elon. Come on. How many people do you know can have SpaceX, Tesla, Twitter or X, and all these other things? It's just like one person can't possibly do it, and then do interviews with Tucker. and go off to rallies with Trump. That can't be. One person can't possibly do that.
So I believe that we're dealing. So some actors are really good actors. Okay, when I mean really good acting, I mean they literally are acting as their self, acting as another person, acting as another person. And there's like there's literally so there's like, for example, there's rumors saying that Tom Cruise was playing Richard Seymour Hoffman, and Richard Seymour Hoffman was playing in other movies. So literally, if that's the case, Tom Cruise is literally playing Richard Seymour Hoffman, which who's also playing another character in another movie, like Inception. So they're literally actors playing other people in other roles in movies. And what they do, from my understanding,
like Face Off.
Yeah. And from my understanding, they do this. Well, in the past, they used to do this to generate to loose off your energy, your emotional energy.
I'm playing the doorbell because Susan just came.
Oh, okay. I was like, yo, somebody here?
Susan,
Yeah.
Susan
I didn't see there.
Susan's up
like
in Iowa.
on stage going, maybe I should text Erica.
Yeah, girl. I was locked out for a second. I don't know. The internet is going in and out, but
Hello,
amen.
Nicholas.
This electricity is working.
Yay.
Nicholas is in here. What's up, Nick?
Because you guys were talking about Kamala. Let's talk about Kamala.
Yeah, I want to hear the Kamala story because I know she keeps saying she's black, but isn't she really Indian or something?
Girl, she's Indian and Asian, and she's a slave owner and some more shit. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
And I was reading about that company that owns the lithium mines there, and Kamala's got to sign off on them.
Woo!
Her husband.
Right, her husband's into some big business, y'all. These relationships, these marriages, even with Zuckerberg, married to a particular Chinese nationals and stuff like that. It's oh wow. Right. I think Paul Walker, they said Paul Walker helped and he testified against the Clintons and suddenly was in a car crash. Yeah, Magic Johnson's son. You know what? If you want to bring up Magic Johnson, I don't even believe Magic Johnson. I never, ever believed that Magic Johnson had AIDS. Let's just fucking be real. Because you don't go play basketball and go to the Olympics with AIDS. Stop it. The people didn't want to play with him and they weren't comfortable playing with him because he was labeled as what? That they was HIV positive, right? But when you ever seen a person with AIDS gain weight and start to look healthier, that, come on, stop it. I don't think he ever had AIDS. Anyway, I think we want to watch this. This is what you're talking about, right? Terry, this thing with Kamala Harris, they did her astrology.
Yeah.
And she's the Palpatine to the Darth Vader from what we see. Oh my gosh. Let me get the mic. Okay, here we go.
The devil? As you can see, this is the natal chart of Kamala Harris. She has a Libra sun, a Gemini rising, and an Aries moon. First impression, this is one of the most powerful charts I have ever seen. Very, very impressive. But let's do a little bit of analysis. Please make sure you watch part 1. I made sure in that video to specify the mechanics of what allowed me to make this conclusion or inquiry. You can check that video out on my YouTube channel if you type in Kamala Harris is Lucifer. Let's peel more layers and go deeper, shall we? It's important to note that I'm not saying Kamala Harris is evil. She might be. I don't know. I'm just making sure we're clear whether you like her or dislike her. In an effort to keep things objective, we can say factually she does have Lucifer on her moon of soul identity. For those who watch the show Supernatural, you are familiar with the concept of vessel. In that show, you had people who were natural versus true vessels of otherworldly beings. In this case, we have Nick, who became Lucifer's primary vessel, versus Sam Winchester, who is his natural and true vessel. Given that Lucifer is a multidimensional angelic entity, it's not uncommon to see multiple people in this world be vessels of Lucifer. Let me give you a real world example. Here's a chart with someone who has Lucifer on their moon and Mercury. You see those mercurial horns? Watch this. This was the profile picture of this person who has never seen their natal chart. In my line of work, I have met many people who are vessels of Archangel Michael, of Lucifer, of Isis, of Osiris. So it's not the most uncommon thing, but you can see parallels in how people actually play this out in real life. So seeing how Kamala Harris is the Aries moon original vessel of Lucifer as a Libra sun fallen Gemini rising angel, there is credence to perhaps suggest she is the original vessel of this being. This is why I maintain she is one of the most powerful women in the world. And if you're falling for this act that she's just this giggly, not that powerful woman, you're mistaken. Her sun is 12th house to Joe Biden's sun, and her moon is 12th house to Joe Biden's Taurus moon, meaning that she was literally in the shadow of Biden. You think that's for no reason? What we want to look at, though, is the North Node on her rising. Anyone with the North Node on their rising or sun or moon is chosen by destiny. As such, this is what makes this election very historic, because President Trump also has his North Node in Gemini, which means that destiny and their ability to change it is going to influence who is meant to be elected / selected / placed by people, elites, whatever you want to believe about. And that's what gives me the impression that if anyone can give Trump a run for his money, it is Lady Harris. As of now, Jupiter is getting ready to transit through her first house and start a brand new 12-year cycle. And we want to see how during election day, Jupiter will be exactly on President Trump's North Node. Once again, as you can see here at 20 degrees. However, look at where the sun is, 13 degrees Scorpio. That is exactly at her 14 degrees Scorpio fate point, where the vertex is. We also want to take into account that March is where Saturn started to transit her MC of legacy. And it won't be until September where the conjunction that activated there finally starts to harvest. So as far as the elections this year, if Kamala Harris doesn't seem likely to win, it makes you think what's going to happen in between the elections that might change public perception of her. You can fully expect everything that has to happen in order to change that to happen latest Virgo season by September, before we really kick in the fall. This video is a lot more speculative, but I wanted to share ideas around what I think the impressions are in the months coming. Personally, I have no idea who might win this. Once again, I think if anyone has a chance to actually give Trump a run for his money, like, come on, what is this? What is this?
Very sneaky, sis. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But like you said, you're talking about Candace Owens, but you know, regardless of what is shown and what is seen, you know how it is out here, right? They said vote blue no matter who. So these people, they have this kind of jargon running through their head. It doesn't matter what you show them. It really doesn't. They're going to stick with what they already have been programmed for. Just like they were in the, you know, when during the riots, and they were talking about Black Lives Matter. But it wasn't really no black people there. They all had, you know, LGBTQ flags. It was like, what is this? It's what you're seeing versus what you're hearing, right? And some people have been told a thing. I just figured this out because I had someone tell me, oh, he's going to take us back to slavery time. And I couldn't understand where they were getting this from. And now I got it, because I was like, oh, there was a time when only slaves had papers, right? When we were living under the old Constitution. But then that's when we were a democratic republic, right? We were still a republic. Am I saying it right? But then
we were a republic until the 1800s, yeah.
Right. So then at some point they changed it. Now everybody's got papers. So instead of just slaves having bill of sales, we got birth certificates. and this was our new bill of sale, right?
Yep.
Then the country became a corporation, and we were all employed and owned by the corporation. So I guess now I understand it. If someone went through the trouble of marketing this as they're going to take us back to slavery, when what they were trying to do was take us back to the old Constitution, where we were a republic. And so now it's been put out into communities. Because I was like, when did you hear this man say we were going to go back to slavery times? And so I guess if you say, hey, we're going to go back to the 1800s and revert back to this old Constitution, then people say, oh, let's throw this up here, slavery. But I'm not here to vote for anybody either, you know, because I'm spiritually sovereign.
Like,
I don't.
Where's a Ross Perot when you need one? You know, remember that guy who looked like Henry?
Oh yeah, these guys, they always seem like the answer too, right?
Yeah, he did.
And then they fall out for whatever reason. Like, I'm sure people finally got tired of Bernie Sanders, right? Because Bernie Sanders always takes that $1 million to sit back.
Is that what
Bernie Sanders like, okay. I stirred shit up. Give me the money. I'll sit down. I made this rice, y'all. It's so good. I put some salsa on it and some cheese. I made some pizza rice. My bad.
Oh, that sounds good.
I stop it with the rice. Now I want some bistek encebollado and some arroz con gandules.
That sounds like you were speaking a whole nother language. I don't even know what you said.
Yeah.
I want some Puerto Rican potato salad.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Puerto Rican food.
Okay, I'm back with you now because I was like, oh, la 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 la.
I love the cube steaks. You put them in a bag with a couple tablespoons of garlic, and then you take your onions. You usually get cebollas, and then slice them so like they're more like onion rings, and then you put those in the bag. Then you can put some adobo in there, some Saison, and put what is it? I don't put as much oil as I usually put a 1/4 cup of olive oil and then a 1/2 cup of water and then 1/4 cup of vinegar, and the vinegar tenderizes the meat. Oh my God, it's so good.
That's so funny. Someone said, could you imagine, or not someone, Matthew said, can you imagine a picture of Joe running through the White House screaming into his cell phone like Jerry Maguire, I love Black people, show me the money. That's basically how he won the presidency. I love you people.
You know what? When I had to go back, when I went back home for Dad's funeral, my dad's literally buried across the lane from the Biden plots. And I was like, my dad's conservative, and my sister and my mom who picked the plot, they're liberals. So I know my dad's rolling in his grave that he's right across the way from Joe Biden, where Joe Biden's going to be buried, unless he's buried at Arlington, which he probably won't be.
Maybe he can go over there and take a spiritual crap on his, on their property.
Maybe, but Susan, according to some, he's already dead.
That's it. Remember when everybody had the boot on their foot? And I don't know. They were saying that these people were already passed away already. And I don't know. What are we looking at?
Complaining about his motorcade blocking the roadways back home, because when he got elected, I was out here in Iowa, and everybody would complain whenever Joe's home. They can't get anywhere because all the Secret Service that's out. And if he's going to the beach, it's going to, instead of it taking you an hour, it's probably going to take 3.
Yeah. I'm so tempted to go outside. I'm going to go look out the window in the other room. You can't see really by my house. Like by this window right here. My neighbor.
I'm about to do that right now, actually.
I know my neighbor, he doesn't have any, he doesn't trim shit, y'all. I have to trim because his neighbor's trees are growing on top of his house. His roof is like this, and this is his neighbor's trees. then on the edge of his property, there goes my house, and then all his trees are like. So I always end up having to do it. I don't know why people can't be responsible for their own stuff. I'm gonna remove myself from here, and I'm gonna go outside.
Okay.
Oh, it's not connected. Okay, then it says remove. Okay, so is it like I'm here?
Yeah, I agree with you, Tammy. There's a lot of hybrids. I'm a hybrid.
Yeah, it looks like the hurricane has already hit land, and it's going across Florida currently.
Okay.
It'll be probably completely out of here by 4 a.m. But currently, it's the eye wall is now on land.
Shit.
How far are you from it?
I'm a good 2 hours,
Okay.
or maybe 3 hours away from the eye wall. So we're not that far.
Okay.
But we're kind of in the outer bands of it in northern Florida.
And Andy, where are you? You say that it's windy where you are. Where what part of Florida are you in? Riverview. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm outside in it now, and it's just windy a little bit, but it's not. It's raining, but not like crazy wind.
Okay, so Erica's got her phone on. What are we seeing, Erica?
What are you guys talking about?
What are you showing us on your phone?
Oh wow!
I see a
Okay.
thing from Matthew Morning an hour ago. He said he's in Riverview, Florida. I'm not sure that is in Florida. I think was on the West Coast, and he said he just saw a massive blue explosion here in Riverview, Florida. Looks like a series of transformers just blew out. It was insane to behold. Stay safe out there, Florida.
Okay. Yeah, Andy's just saying that she's got some there's wall paneling on the ground on the sidewalk and water creeping under her front door. She's by near Tampa, near Riverview as well. And she said, yeah, Matthew's by her. They're boarding Tampa. Okay.
What did she say? There's water there?
Well, it's water creeping under her front door.
Crap.
And she was saying that it's pretty windy where she is. So stay safe, Andy.
Yeah, stay safe, Andy. She doesn't even see any of that.
It started to pick up a little bit on the rain here.
Yeah,
though.
no, don't go. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't go out there. It's probably dangerous winds or debris flying around. I would definitely stay in the house if you can.
Yeah, I didn't. I went through my first tornado out here in Iowa 4 years ago by myself. It sounded like a freight train was driving through the house for 3 hours. It was scary.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and I'm out here by myself. Don't know anybody. Hiding in the basement. After the sirens went off, hoping I didn't get bit by a brown recluse because I have an old Victorian, and it has dirt floors in half of the basement.
That's how it was for me in Colorado, man. There's a tornado that came and dirt floors down there, and we all had to go down in the basement. And there's brown recluse, black widows, all over the place.
Oh, hell no.
I actually got bit. I got bit by a brown recluse and a black widow. I had to go to the hospital. And I got bit by both of them at the same time.
Oh, wow.
I was in the hospital for like 2 weeks.
You did?
Yeah, my leg swelled up. They bit me on my leg. And I had to go to the hospital. And on the way to the hospital, I was like losing consciousness because we detoured to go to an urgent care, but instead of just going straight to their ER, and they were like, "We don't have the antivenom here. He's got to go to the ambulance." And as they were calling the ambulance, I blacked out and I woke up in the hospital bed. It's crazy.
Wow.
Oh, so you need an antivenom for the Black Widow?
Yeah.
Or for the
And the brown recluse bite were like, it was the Black Widow bite made my leg swell up. The brown recluse bites left like scars all over my leg.
Those things. One of my girlfriends on the PD got bit by one when she was out on patrol, and I remember it was a couple years after she got bit, and then she had the necrotic skin, and they had cut part of the tissue out that was dead. But I remember, I'm a Reiki master, and it was 4 years after she was bit. I put my hand there, and it was still hot as heck, and heat me, pain to me. Yeah.
Wow. Erica's reporting live.
Now you know.
Erica reporting
now
live
you know
from
why
the
I live
Waffle
in Canada, in Manitoba. We don't have any
Erica
black
reporting
widows
live.
or recluse or poisonous snakes. Oh, there's the Waffle House.
Live at the
I'm
Waffle
at the
House.
Waffle
Erica's
House,
reporting.
y'all. I'm at the Waffle House.
Dollar General.
Oh wow.
I'm
That's
at
how
the
you
Waffle
know.
House.
The fact
It's
Waffle House is
It's not
open.
open, but it ain't boarded up.
Yeah. Okay.
2 police went past me, but look at the signs. The signs are going crazy. I was like, "Ooh, let me get the hell out of the way." The sign is moving crazy.
I was
You
like,
just decided to say, I'm gonna go check this out. Just drive around in it.
I know. I wanted to see what was up. The rain slowed down a little bit, so.
Don't go near those gator parks down there. You probably, if it's flooding, the gators are
Oh,
floating around the street.
that's fun.
And gators is floating in the street right now.
You're feeling a little bit snacky. The gas station. Something must be open. The gas station open? Cause I seen people over that way. It said open.
Oh wow.
So y'all get to go on a ride. Y'all know, you already know how I do. This is what we did in 2022,
Yeah, he drove me around in Florida, gave me a tour. I think we were like,
Yeah.
oh, it was a party night, and she took us to like 3 little miniature golf courses with little crocodile parks, and
But
we done
remember, we
like
were gonna have
snuck
that
in.
conference, and oh wow, that was amazing.
Oh, you saw the
See
blue?
that?
I
That was
saw that. It looked like a transformer blue or something.
must be. It was all colorful and blue and
Blue,
stuff.
yeah, it was blue. Wow.
Wow.
We done parked at some miniature golf crocodile park, and there was nobody there. We done walked around the miniature park. Erica trying to break into the crocodile area. I'm like, well, hold on,
Oh
go a
my
little
god.
adventurous here.
Oh
Be
wow.
careful. Oh, it's
Yeah.
purple.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, the sky is looking amazing.
Yeah, it was blue lightning and got purple lightning. This is wild. Be safe out there. She
Oh,
said, Kathy said
I'm about to take
you're
my
a
ass
storm
back
chaser.
home real quick. I'm about to get back home real quick.
Kathy said you're a storm chaser today.
Yeah, I know. Oh man, remember that movie Twister?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow. Well, I mean, lights are still on. Traffic lights are still working. Other people are still outside. I don't know where the hell they going. Like, we going to get ice? Oh yeah, I forgot. They might be going on a booty call or something. I don't know. Can't stop no booty call, y'all.
Ain't no thing like a hurricane booty call. To be gone with the
Hey,
wind.
hey, gone gone with the wind. All right,
Yeah.
all right. I'm
Oh my gosh.
back.
That's when you know it's this hurricane isn't serious. When you got people going on hurricane booty calls, you know it ain't serious.
Andy saying, Erica, please go home.
Yeah.
Stop chasing storms. Yeah. You got us all worried for you.
Yeah, I know. She gotta be in it. She gotta be in it, feel it, taste the storm.
I think she was in the house all day today, so I guess she just
Yeah,
needed
yeah.
some
She's
air.
cooped up. I feel you. I'm the same way. I'm like, I mean, it's the most adventurous I'll get in this is maybe walk out of my porch and let some raindrops hit me, and then that's it. I'm not gonna hop in my car and driving it though.
Dude,
That's the most adventurous you're gonna see me get.
I should have bought myself a bottle of champagne to celebrate No Narc Wednesday. Yes, I signed those common law. I can't believe he made me get common law divorce from him today. I signed those papers, but yay, it's over. The nightmare's over. He's been telling people we're separated. I'm like, we're not separated. We're nothing. I walked away.
We're divorced.
Well, so now he made it so I had to get divorced, but he should have paid for all that shit. And I even had to pay to get divorced from the homosexual. Sev talk. What's Sev talk?
Who ever heard of a common law divorce?
Nobody had ever heard of it in Iowa either. But it's the malignant narcissist.
What truth? I thought the courts would throw that out because it's like, how do we weren't together for 7 years? I don't know. In South Carolina, it used to be 1 year, I think.
There's no ruling, and he even had that jerk off even had a he was trying to say I called myself Mart because I'd had a couple business cards printed out years ago to see what it would look like, with his name. And I threw them all away. And apparently he took one out of the trash, but he ate off my business and never brought me any. Never promoted it. I noticed after he was moved out, he never even liked my business page, but he ate off of it. So glad that nightmare is over. And he'll be crying, she's calling me. I was Pete Diddy. Well, I'm not talking to you, am I? So then I didn't use your name. I'm just going to call him what he is. I don't care anymore. I was embarrassed the first year to say anything about why I really threw him out, but I don't care anymore. I'm so sick of being lied about, and he lies about everyone. So yeah, it was ironic that I was signing the divorce decree with my ex-husband from 1998 surname that I still have, but I never had Frank's surname. Because I'm not married to him. I remember he was saying, why didn't you change your name? I said, with what? I need a marriage certificate for that to change my name. Dang. Those winds are really moving.
Oh yeah.
Shoot, I got another friend that moved from, their husband and wife that moved from Delaware down to Florida. I'm not sure where they're living. Jupiter, Florida. They left Jupiter and went and got a hotel room. Like the hurricanes. bad enough they're having tornadoes too. That's just
Are tornadoes common to have with hurricanes?
no.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Oh, and here's somebody's generator went flying down the street. Wow.
They say it's a category 3 right now, but it's going to be a category 1 as it goes progressively into it. I mean, it's on and off rain here, so a little bit of wind. It's not as windy, but a lot of storm surge. I guess Erica's getting home. I guess she made it home.
Okay, so tornadoes are normal. Okay. Yeah, because
there was 50 tornadoes today. Before the hurricane actually made land, there was like 50 different sightings all throughout southern Florida. So
I just think
so you're home safe and sound.
Yeah,
I had to check on the Waffle House.
You're back.
We gotta get some, gotta get that ham and cheese omelet tomorrow with that really jacked up grease they got, But tornadoes are normal even during tropical storms.
Yeah. It's very.
My brothers out there, Almighty Joseph and Gregory Antley.
Yeah, what's up, Joseph?
First time of weather in history. This is the World Weather Wars. Hey, it's a game out here. It's a game. Yeah. Florida has tornadoes all the time. That's right, Andy. Regardless, she's down there by Braden, or is it Bradenton or Brandon? Which one?
Bradenton.
Took the worst of its effects. Now, my neighbor called me while I was out there, and he was saying that there's a curfew, but the curfew was supposed to be until 10. Then he said that it just touched down like an hour ago. They can't. Make up. I don't know. What's going on? I don't know when it's touching down. I don't know. Tammy, you guys, thank you for hanging out with us. They're playing with people's, and right now there are people who they waited until this morning at 8 a.m. and told them to evacuate. Those people are still stuck on the road right now. There's people now on the airport when this is, it can be inconvenient. It can be uncomfortable, right? The other day we had 18 hours over in my side with no electricity. It can be uncomfortable and it can be hot. But I bet you it's a lot better than feeling scared and being stuck on the road in your car.
Or under a storm surge.
Under a surge. I
seen Aiden Ross paying a kick streamer $7,000. He was paying them $70,000 to be on an air mattress and eat ramen in this hurricane. So I don't know if he's still there, but apparently I think he's still out there. He's streaming live in Tampa with an air mattress, an umbrella, and some ramen.
What has Sarge said about the Navy? Because Gregory just asked about the Navy.
What do you mean about the Navy?
Sarge said anything about the military or anything right now? What's going on?
Yeah. So, you in reference to this hurricane or the last one?
Right.
Or are you talking about in general? Because the military has been active.
Is this a movement or something? Is this a part of the movie or something?
Oh, yes.
And I am an Army veteran. So. I am an Army veteran. I was a 93 kilo medical lab technician, served in Germany.
Hey. Okay. Yeah. Well, this is definitely
when it came to the pandemic, like this doesn't make any sense because I learned medical information from the military. So tell me something different.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Well, there's reports that they were using this time they captured some guy, some kingpin in I think it was North Carolina in the mountains there, who apparently they've been looking for like 30 years. And this guy is apparently so bad that he's changed his face. He had like facial structure surgery 13 times, and he's like known for let's just say, trafficking young individuals. So they took him out and his 40 participants. That's what I heard. And that's what the chatter is going around for the military. They just did that. And that's what was going on when this hurricane talks about. Everybody was worried about the hurricane. That was happening. Now, I'm not sure. I mean, there's some evidence to prove that it did happen. But there's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that we're just
a lot of stuff during that.
You know, it's always like, look over here.
Nothing is ever exactly what it looks like, because during that pandemic, I'm gonna tell you, I live away from a highway. You could call it a highway, but it's one of those back road type highways where a lot of cargo trucks go, 18-wheelers. And there was a policeman by the bridge. And I'm telling you, every time I went past, there was a cargo truck stopped on the side of the road. It was a lot of stuff going on. Just like we were told, the tents in New York, in
thank you, Kathy.
What's that place called in the park, in Central Park, the tents. But people are not, they're thinking, oh, they're doing CV testing in the tents. But what we're told, they're evacuating the tunnels underground. And you can talk to people, you know that there's things going on in these tunnels underground in New York.
I mean, we got
cities underneath us, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's things underneath us and around us
we're not
really privy to. I mean, I remember there was a 108 sex offenders pulled out of Florida during that time.
Oh, did you hear about that? The sheriff. So they said that this is the first time I've ever heard this before. But they said that the evacuation like places that's open for people to evacuate if they need a place to go, they're scanning people to make sure they're not sexual predators. And if they are a sexual predator on the registry, they have to go to the sheriff's office. This is what Florida put out there.
So, but nobody talks about that. Nobody talks.
Disney employee and former judge among 108 arrested. Interesting.
What was that?
Yeah, you know how many things there were in Disney in this last couple of years? There's been like hundreds of people arrested in these Disney things. This is like the third or fourth thing I've seen in the last, 4 or 5 years that involves hundreds of people. Well, Disney's
I have
a
a friend who worked with the Disney hotels, and he had one of his employees. It was a new employee. He was there for 6 months. This new employee was pulled and on the news, and no one noticed it. But this wasn't like his first charge, right? So this gets you thinking, how are these people getting these jobs in these places? Because they're not, it's a part of the system. So in the system says, in human resources, we got you. You know what I mean? Human resources has to be in on it, right? Because how do all these people get hired? And when this gentleman would tell me about, hey, there's a whole convention for My Little Pony and there's no kids there.
Right.
It's just a bunch of men, and when they set it up and leave, they lock the doors, and as employees can't go back in the room. What the fuck are they doing? If all the people that get hired are the ones that are like, on coke and making all the dirty, weird jokes that you kind of blow off, like that was kind of weird, but it's just Johnny. But they're the ones, making all the little jokes, and they're like all of a sudden going to the little parties after work with the people, and all of a sudden these are the people that get hired and promoted. I'm gonna say this. When we were arranging that conference in July, and one of the supervisors came in to book the conference, and they started asking like really kind of asking questions about our organization and what we were doing. I became extremely uncomfortable because I felt like they control the conventions, y'all. Like, so if you book at the hotel, maybe there's regular people working behind the desk, but when it comes to organizing events, these people want to know what you're doing and what you're bringing because they're a part of that system that,
Plus, Plus, you got to look at
Because
too.
if we're doing something freaky, they want their cut.
Yeah, the hotels were complicit in helping the trafficking.
Right. All these cases in South Carolina, they got people opening hotel room doors and watching kids in the hall, filming people in the hall. These people are in the hotels. They don't tell you too, like, okay, there was a woman at Disney and somebody rushed her through the fast pass lane and she got attacked in the fast pass lane. That there's kids being touched at the wave pools, that there's people there. Like, you think, oh, somebody paid for this ticket. It could be an employee. It could be somebody with annual passes. But these people, I'm going to tell you what happened to me one time. I was down the street from Universal, and I was in Publix, and I was taking this little girl with me. I was babysitting, and there was a man. As soon as I'm gonna take this thing off the screen so you can see me now. So when you walk in, you know, there's the little lottery section when you first walk in the door, and it is a thing where you can put all the little umbrellas and stuff, right? Yeah. So there was a man, he was leaning there like he was filling out the thing. So no big deal. It's a man, he's filling it out, but he had on a white shirt and black pants. Then we walked through the store, then in the back by the meat section, you know how there's the meat section that's in the middle, and then there's the actual freezers. And so the man is standing there like this. So now he's got on the white shirt and the black pants. Now you think he's a supervisor, right? Then when I go back in the front between the aisles and the register, he's standing there again with his hands like this. When we check out, when we go to the car, I'm putting the stuff in the trunk. This same guy pulls up to me in a black Audi trying to get my phone number. I'm lightheaded. I'm thinking he might be so excited about me. Or did he just pick a woman who has a small child?
Interesting.
A lot of women might think, oh, the man likes you. They might be after your kids.
Right.
I felt if this man was posing in all these spots in the store, just propping himself up, and then all of a sudden, as soon as I'm putting my bags in the car, when the motherfucker pulls up to me, he was after the child. That's
yeah. He was on the prowl.
Some of these guys are so slick. They have a change of clothes because usually, from my training and experience, they like them within the same 4 years, and it doesn't go below or above that. And that's like when they kidnap one and they get a little too old for them, they'll go kidnap another one. And you've seen those serial guys that do that. But if your kid goes missing and you're in one of these public places, make sure you remember what shoes the kid has on. Because in most of these cases, the traffickers don't have extra shoes for the kid. But they will change the clothes in the bathroom or whatever they take them.
Oh, they have a change for the kids. So then when you put out the report,
yeah, have to find the kid because they're dressed.
That's why you always see missing shoes, or when they capture them to throw the shoes off, and the kid would just be barefoot.
Don't play with me with that Tom Hanks and them with the one shoe.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yep.
Oh, every time Tom
and the one glove, one shoe. Mm-hmm. Yep. And he's like, oh, I'm just taking these pictures just because you just want to know why is this one shoe here? You just have to feel for the person who lost this shoe. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, what do we got to feel? Because he knows. He knows. Yeah, man, that shit makes me sick. That makes me sick, man. They're
evil people.
Right.
And they're going bye-bye.
What's going on in Florida? You know, we went 2022, we went to Disney that day. And they talked about that big tree in the middle of the park too. I forget the name of it, but it's a huge tree, and they were saying that things that go on are like underground underneath that tree. Supposedly Ponce de Leon said that this was the area for the Fountain of Youth too. They say that
that's in
supposed to
northern
be,
Florida, where the where we're at right now, where all the springs are.
Yeah,
is the Fountain of Youth.
They say it's supposed to be the happiest place on earth. It was actually the most miserable. We went to Magic Mountain, and you could feel the pressure on the third eye and on the crown. It felt very uncomfortable. Our bodies felt like our bones all of a sudden became weighted, and we felt heavy. And I was like, how the fuck is this legal? How can people not feel this? Like, we're, I guess, energy sensitive, so we could feel that while we were there. It was very uncomfortable, and you could see the kids miserable, the parents arguing. You ever see those movies when the people go on vacation and everybody's like, ah? And I was like, this is that shit. This is it, right?
They're blasting you with frequencies too in there. They playing around with frequencies and doing all types of weird stuff in there. That's why I don't like to go all out like there, because they know what the hell they're blasting people with out there to make them do certain things and to make them buy, to get drinks and to buy, like, make you dehydrated. So they'll place like the drinks all the way across the park or something, or in certain areas, get you to spend more money. Just like those tactics.
Yeah.
They engineer certain things.
Yeah.
So we can only pray that it just exists out, and maybe it will. We'll see.
Yeah.
Art imitates off grid. Yeah. Life microwave tech. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Who is that? Friends, a groove point on the Earth-based Guardian Alliance teachings off the west coast of Florida, Sarasota. I think. You know what? Where did we ever finish that thing with the? Oh, okay. So
there is a Stargate in Mayock State Park right there. There's a ley line that goes. It's right off of kind of near Sarasota, for real. That's highly active, and it connects to. Oh, there's the triangle. Interesting.
So she said, have you, by chance, asked yourself, oh gosh, the correlation between hurricanes and the Bermuda Triangle? The Bermuda Triangle, along with 11 triangles of death, 12 total, are the result of Atlantean technology, which at some point had the purpose to create alter macabres to enhance directly the Earth's macabre and create a network that would speed up the evolutionary process. Wow. So as the disruption of the Earth's electromagnetic field is maximized through the fissures created in the holofractographic field, that enhanced, as well as the amnesia in humanity as a result of the compression of spatiotemporal constants. This is a post people should check out. I will share on my page. I guess I could put a link.
Yeah, please share it.
I could put a link.
Share that, please,
so people can read it. But Issa has done her research, y'all. She really has. I'll put this up here on Facebook. But then
let's see here.
I'll put it up there. But Issa has done her research, and I'll share it on my page. So if you're connected to me, it's public. It's on my page.
Put it on Telegram too, Erica.
Okay, well, Telegram.
You can.
There, I got it.
With the Women of the Stars, we got that. Okay, let's see what we got on Women of the Stars. Let's see what we got, because there's something crazy on Women of the Stars. I just saw. Share the screen. Still, people aren't really understanding sometime. Catherine Mallory.
Oh.
See that? Now that's a storm. You know how they say, now that's a fire?
Yeah, those clouds are dark.
That's a storm.
Yeah. Telling you, man, there's beings all in these clouds. Once you start noticing that everything's conscious, you connect to these higher frequencies, you'll start seeing them. And I bet you they're all in those too. If you actually mirrored it and through it, you're gonna start seeing them, man. It's interesting.
So that's a tornado. That's a tornado. See, that's a real tornado, what that looks like.
Mm-hmm. Makes you wonder who's steering the storm. Is it either us or is it them? But I mean them, I mean the the elementals.
The mysterious they. The mysterious.
Yeah, them and they.
So I think it's a lot more like a snake with no head, you know. Remember that movie, the Cube? How somebody started their little government project, and then that little cube got left out in their woods, and a lot of people don't necessarily know, you know, who or what's in charge sometimes.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like a lot of people are in places of power and they all have their own special projects and they get busy doing shit, you know. They get busy.
Yeah, man, it's what it is. I mean, life happens, but um,
You get
I don't
busy
know.
doing
I always take time to research, man. It's something that it's ingrained in my like soul imprint. To want to like dig beneath the surface and figure stuff out. And when I looked at my natal chart, it's actually in my outer planets because they're all in Sagittarius. So
we love Sagittarius.
all of our generation, my generation are all
Oh yeah.
researchers, and they're all digging for the truth. You know, so especially because of our outer planets being in that alignment. I think 2 of my outer planets are in Sagittarius. So.
I'm trying to find this video where they were talking about the actual weather. Oh, I know what. I gave it to
That is
Hi,
a great
Tim.
dark film.
Oh, Susan said she had to go.
No.
Yeah, Joseph, that's a great
No,
storm,
Tabby.
brother.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what was happening because I'm on another screen. I'm trying to find
Yeah.
this video I sent because I know Randy was really upset, and I was like, "No, it's okay. We're good. We're staying." She's like, "No, leave!" And I was like, "No, honey, just calm down. We're good. We're here. We're good. We're good."
Somebody wants to know your life path number.
Ooh.
Hi, TikTok friends. I have a question about Hurricane meteorology. I want to understand something here. It's currently showing it as a Category 5 hurricane. It's October 1st, 4. I realize it's 4:30 p.m. Standard Time. Now, Category 5 hurricane is supposed to have wind speeds of 157 miles per hour or greater. Correct? That's what this says. Now, if I change the wind speeds, and I look here, make it a little bit bigger here. Okay, there's 53. Now, I'm thinking the colors represent the speeds. Like, it's so if it gets lighter, it's less. There's 17 miles per hour. There's 18. Yellow's 26, 29, 38, 41. See, there's 32, 50. I'm not seeing anything here that looks even remotely close to 100 miles per hour. Are they adding a 1 to these numbers somewhere? Where are they getting 100 miles per hour? Is this website wrong? What's going on here?
So I don't know. You could barely hear that, right? But she was just showing speeds of 50 miles per hour, not quite the same. Let me see. There's another one.
Gusts, which are false. This thing being a major Category 5 storm with wind speeds of 175 miles an hour. Guys, this thing barely has wind speeds of 75, 80 miles an hour. It might be a Category 1. I'm over here at nullschool.net. I've used this for years. And guys, I've been chasing hurricanes since 2004. I was in the middle of 3 hurricanes that crossed Florida back in 2004, Charlie, Jean, and Francis. And ever since then, I have followed and studied hurricanes for 20 years now. This storm here, according to nullschool.net, really doesn't have wind speeds in excess of 65 miles an hour, maybe 75 mile an hour in places. This is the center of rotation down here in the southern Gulf of Mexico right now as I do this video. These are at the surface. These are surface winds. These are the only winds that you're really concerned about because these are the only winds that are going to affect you if you're in the path of this storm. The winds up above you in the jet stream, that's what you're looking at right now. The purple and pinks are the jet stream. It's difficult to find wind speeds of 200 miles an hour right now consistently in the jet stream. Up here in northern Canada, those wind speeds are measuring 137 miles an hour. And looking at some other areas out here in the northern Pacific, we'll check the wind speeds there. Those are showing 142 miles an hour. Again, those are up in the jet stream. These are constant. These winds are up here all the time, and we don't even realize it. These are the jet stream winds. What we're concerned with are the winds down here on the ground. Null School is a very reliable source of information. This is showing us what's really going on. And this is the center of rotation showing wind speeds at the very best of 78 miles an hour down here, once again, in the southern Gulf of Mexico. There's not anything anywhere near 200 miles an hour right now, nor will there be. Yes, as we move forward in time over the next couple of days, the storm is definitely going to strengthen, like all storms do that enter the Gulf of Mexico. But right now, with the central low pressure being 968 millibars, I just took that screen grab less than an hour ago, it's not even a Category 3 storm. And let's just take a look at what the barometric pressure has to be in order for each category storm to become a Category 1, 2, 3, or 4. For instance, a Category 1 hurricane over here at thoughtco.com, 980 millibars is the threshold. Category 2 storm, 979 millibars to 965 millibars. Category 3 hurricane, 964 to 945. Category 4 hurricane, 944 millibars to 920. Cat 5, 920 and lower. I've seen them all the way down into the 889 range. Those are very powerful storms. This storm is nowhere near that. Most of the models are suggesting that this is in the 950, 960 range, which would be Cat 2, Cat 3 at the very, very best. 944 is the strongest estimate, and that's over here at the ADT. So this thing realistically could be a Category 2, maybe at best a Category 3 right now. Will it strengthen to become a Category 4, possibly a Category 5? We'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of wind shear down here in the Gulf of Mexico right now. These red lines you see that I just placed on the map are wind shear that are currently in the Gulf of Mexico. Hurricanes and wind shear are like water and oil. They don't mix. So if that hurricane starts running into that wind shear, it's going to start tilting to the right, and then it's going to weaken. So as long as that wind shear stays in place, the storm shouldn't get too much stronger. But as far as it being a Category 5 with 200 mile an hour winds, that is simply false, guys. That's not true. And here's another thing you can factor in are the waves out here in the southern Gulf of Mexico. I'm looking at the wave situation right now over here at ventusky.com, and they're showing significant wave heights right around the core of the storm of 12, 13, 14, 15, maybe 16 feet in some places. That would be in this area right here. If this were indeed a Category 5, some of those waves would be above 30, 35 feet. There's a couple of ships over here at maritime.com that are shown just casually sitting off the coast of Mexico in the southern Gulf of Mexico that are showing just casually sitting out here in the southern Gulf of Mexico, right in the middle of the eye wall of a ravaging Category 5 storm with 175 mile an hour winds. They're just sitting there, and there's other ones just casually sitting along the coast as a major hurricane is approaching, and the waves only being 13, 14, and 15 feet. If this were genuinely a Category 5 with those types of winds, these waves should be well above 30 feet. So I think for the time being, the storm is at the very best a Category 1, maybe a Category 2. Speculation going around about.
So some people wouldn't understand. So I was privy to that, like on the 7th, some of us, we'd already seen that, where those two videos where it was like, oh, it's 70 miles per hour. So we weren't seeing any of that. Hey, typical skeptic. I think everyone is taking it seriously because Helene, right? They had already had the evidence with Helene of so much going on. So it was easy to ride the coattails of Helene by, advertising this different, perspective of the weather. I can send you the link, Rob, if you want to pop on. If you can't, that's fine. But I'm going to go ahead and send you the link. So, because in case you want to say your 2 cents on that, I'm going to send it to your Facebook Messenger. If you want to pop on, we'll ring the doorbell and you can come on and say what you saw. But this is why a lot of us already were thinking like, these people, plus the weather here has been so great. It's been great. Yeah. Yeah, he's saying that it's hype. People have been like arguing with us, fussing at us, yelling at us, leave, you guys are stupid. It was like, but you could go and actually go on the Weather Channel thing and track this, But this stuff sells. Oh, I know you are. I know you're up there in Pittsburgh, but you had your own research, and so I didn't know if you wanted to pop on and say something, say what you want to say. Dab, I just put you back in the room. There was something on CBS too. I'm trying to find it. Oh, yeah, this thing on CBS, y'all. These things that people say when they think we're not looking. I don't know if it's because they think we're not looking or they think we're stupid to hear, because they'll talk about how they draw the lines in the sky with the clouds, right? But talk about it. This was another one I had seen. This right here.
Yesterday, and now researchers are looking at how to change the weather on purpose. That's right. Lasers now could one day manipulate rain and lightning. CBS This Morning contributor Michio Kaku is a physics professor at City College of New York. Professor, nice to see you. Extraordinary seeing Al Gore and Bill Clinton there together with Charles.
That's not the Rice experiment man, right? But he looks like him, isn't it?
It's Michio. Yeah.
That is him, or that's not him?
Video. I don't think that's him, but that's the guy. That's the theoretical physicist guy on H Aliens.
Oh,
yeah, that's Michio Kaku.
Okay, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, they did not get into this discussion, though. But it is fascinating. I mean, lasers, really, to change the weather?
That's right. Well, as Mark Twain once famously said, everyone complains about the weather, but no one ever does anything about it. Well, instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts. This is potentially a game changer.
But this is experimental.
It's experimental. However, in the laboratory so far, it works. When you have water vapor and you have dust particles or ice crystals, you can precipitate rain. It condenses around the seeds. These seeds can also be created by laser beams. By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what are called ions, and these ions act like seeds, like dust particles, bringing down rain and even lightning. Go ahead.
Well, this fascinates me in part because, too, I remember reading the stories that China had used this during the Olympics, that the USSR had used this after Chernobyl to create rain clouds. I mean, did those really work then? We have some of these capabilities now?
Inconclusive. Even in the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons.
Inconclusive means I'm not allowed to tell you that, right? Inconclusive. Right. No, bitch, you did it. Y'all did it. Stop playing. Like, I'm sorry, y'all, but they've done it. By the time you see something on TV where it's in a movie, it's already done, and they'll bring the price down for you to $9.99 when they get ready to sell it. But, that's why they're able to create their own sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is his name? Our fake humanitarian scientist doctor who really is a computer person. What's his name?
Bill Gates.
Yeah, has already said let's block out the sun, and China was like, okay, bitch, we got a fake sun. Go ahead, do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
already got it.
I heard Bill Gates was a woman.
I don't know what he is. I heard he was
and I heard he died really in 2013, and that's why there's reports of Melinda looking like a woman before 2013, and now she looked like a man, and Bill Gates looks like a woman now. It's kind of eerie. All of a sudden, you just right? your wife start looking like a man all of a sudden.
You know, the messed up part is with the Kevin Kline thing. Like he's dating a woman who's married to a family member of Kevin Kline, and then all of a sudden your wife looks like Kevin Kline. Like that's insane. Anyway, I'm gonna finish this, and we can get into this Belinda Gates thing, like if you like.
Governments have been
Alleged
to, right?
Yeah.
Now, we realize that for decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive. This time we're digging into laws of physics rather than simply waving our hands and uttering mumbo jumbo. We're actually using trillion-watt lasers now. And in the laboratory, sure enough, they precipitate rain out of water vapor. Sure enough, you can actually bring down electricity down the beam.
So what does it mean for drought areas that need to have rain for crops? And if they don't have them, there's the consequences of famine.
Well, the bad news is if it's a clear blue sky, it's not going to do anything at all because it only takes water vapor that's already in the air and condenses it. However, for floods, for agriculture, farmers, for people planning wedding parties, football games, you name it, outdoor events and agriculture and flooding and even hurricanes, all of them could be subject to weather modification.
Incredibly interesting, Professor Michio Kaku. Thank you so much.
You sent me that.
You know, they were talking about climate change yesterday, and now we're learning.
So the funny part was somebody was like, oh, but didn't you hear what he said? If there's nothing in the air, you can't make anything. And I was like, sir, look what the video before that said. That there was constantly in the jet stream, the moisture, there's all these other storms that they're not talking about. There's always some precipitation in this area. Use your brain. There was already a tropical storms going on. So yeah, they can seed what is already a tropical storm and try to direct it. Now they can't have full control over it because you let the beast loose. Sometimes you don't know where it's going to go, but you can seed what's already there because it is hurricane season. It is that time of year. There's already precipitation in the air. And he said, what? Dust particles, precipitation, and pressure, right? So you can go and seed that and create a storm. But I just told the person, you know what? Have a great day. You know what? Things can exist in this world, and your belief in it is not required for it to be true. You know what I'm saying? So who's like a big old naysayer, that can't be true. And my government wouldn't do that to me. Your government gave you, a lot of things. Let's just say Tuskegee. There's been people tested on manipulated in prison. People, I mean, how do you think they know the musculoskeletal system? They don't necessarily for people to die to figure that stuff out. We are all here as collateral. You understand? The soldiers in the military. When we worked with Soldier's Voice, the thing that happened with her husband and the anthrax vaccine, Edna said something that struck me so out of the ordinary. It made it all click for me that the government uses healthy men and women and literally destroys them because they put them in the military. They jack them up with all kinds of injections and then the physical activities. Like if you ever studied the musculoskeletal injuries of women in basic training, they said 70% of women who go through basic training, they already know what your musculoskeletal injuries are going to be, right? So why were we doing the exercises we did? When you're being studied, they're studying the degradation of the human body, the degradation of the human spirit. Even those games, there used to be these shows like Candy Camera, and they would play jokes on people to see what their response is, right? So they got two guys walking across the street carrying a big piece of glass, and by the time the person got to the other side of the street, they would swap people to see, does the human being notice that they swap persons? So by the time they get across the street, they shake hands and say thank you, but they don't even know that it's a whole different person they're shaking hands with than the original person. So you're being monitored. This is a fucking game where people are watching you, testing you, trying to understand how to break your will, how to break your spirit, how to degrade your human body. Do you not understand, like, the governments, right, that we have in place want to stay in place But to do that, they got to make sure men and women aren't strong enough to fight them, to turn them over. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying go turn over the government. I'm just telling you, this is how stuff works, right? You give people things to soften them up, and you satisfy them, and you manipulate them, but for a government to stay in place that has us suffering the way that we do, they have to do things to you to lower your intelligence, to lower your frequency, and to lower your desire for independence, to lower your desire and your confidence that says that I am competent to rule and take care of myself. I can decide for myself what is best for me. So they're going to lower your mentality to make you feel like you got to rely on outside sources to tell you what to eat, what to drink, how to act, where to go, how to live. I'm late. I didn't ring the doorbell. I'm gonna ring the doorbell. Okay, Robert.
He's already in the house. He's already in the house.
A skeptic is here.
Yeah, he's in the house already.
He's in the
Hey guys,
house.
how's everybody? Hey Brad and Susan.
What's up, Robert?
And Erica, good to see you guys. How is everybody?
Thank you. Thank you for jumping into the storm party. How are you doing?
I just finished my show, so I was just like, I tuned into yours and I was like, I might as well jump in for a minute,
I'm talking shit and I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm glad you're here. What have you been
I don't know anything. There's the only thing I know is that I just feel bad for the people in North Carolina and Georgia and Tennessee. They got fucked up,
Yeah.
Something hit them really bad, they wiped out whole towns. So how did a hurricane go 400 miles inland and pick up speed as it went inland? You know what I mean? And was able to lift rivers 30 feet off the ground. That has to be weather modification, I mean, I don't know, it could be. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to me,
Right.
And I think a lot of people are questioning that.
I think what makes people unable to believe that what we're talking about is true is because of the collateral damage. But you do understand when these operations go into effect, they are, collateral damage is, just a side effect. It's okay. If you don't understand collateral damage, that means real people, real property, real money is lost in the midst of these operations. And it's just a sacrifice.
It's the law of war manual. You're going to have damages. But this is a war we're going through right now. This isn't like
too good to be sacrificed.
Yeah.
You are not too special to be sacrificed. And that is collateral damage. That's why people can't fathom, no, they couldn't do this and it be an operation. No,
I did hear that when they did that capture in North Carolina from that kingpin guy they were capturing, that they were finding bodies of people that they weren't recognizing from that area, and there's people perceiving that they were underground, and the flooding kind of brought those bodies out from underground. So there's a lot of things happening that we don't see in front of us, but like the largest cave systems in the Appalachians. So very interesting that area gets flooded, and they're finding these children and people, and they can't identify them. They don't even look like they're from here. It's kind of interesting.
Any thoughts on that, Robert?
I didn't hear that yet. Can you tell me more about that, Brad? That sounds so interesting. What happened? Did you guys already talk about it? I'm sorry if
we didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about it.
No, I got some intel that so basically there was an operation that was happening to capture one of the top, let's just say, traffickers, and he was hiding in the Appalachians, and apparently this guy's been avoiding the white hats for 30 years. They finally captured him, and people were reporting during the floods that they were finding bodies everywhere, and in the trees and all the other stuff on the rocks, and they can't identify the bodies, and a lot of them look like they're not even from that area or this country. So they're thinking that there was tunnels that were under there, and they got flooded out, and that's where those bodies were coming from these flooded out tunnels.
Do you think they're non-human, Brad? Like, do you think they might be like chimera experiments, or do you think they're like sex slaves or something like that from other countries?
But maybe both, my friend. Like, they're doing all types of stuff under those tunnels. So chimera experiments is one, and definitely children. Definitely the children, definitely. But yeah, it could be possibly both. But they wouldn't go into detail about what type of people they were. They were just saying that they were unidentified bodies coming out of the ground.
Wow, that's
So that's what I heard.
That's
Yeah.
I have an update from Facebook. I checked Facebook before I came on here. You guys know Piper Paprika. She was at the conference with us, Erica. She said that her power went out 8 times in the last. I guess she's down in Florida somewhere. Her power went out 8 times in the last 30 minutes, but she said she's like hooked up to like an emergency line. So I guess it keeps coming back on. So I don't know if she's starting to get flooded or what. But that's a little update with what's going on from what I saw on Facebook. You know, I wasn't able to check. Like, I just finished my show like right before I got on, so you know, I didn't know much. I haven't been paying much attention to what's going on. Kathy Matheson's harp. I agree. You know, it could be. I definitely think it's weather modification. And you know what was interesting, Brad? You probably know this. Everybody's talking about it. They said those lithium mines and those mineral mines in North Carolina, and I heard they want to take eminent domain over the property. And the government declare eminent domain if they want to when there's like a ravaged area like that. You know what I mean?
They were saying there was rogue FEMA agents that were denying people access to their property, denying people access to get help. And supposedly there's 10,000 militiamen from all around the country that's converging on North Carolina right now and into Florida to help alleviate those rogue FEMA agents that's out there. This is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not trying to get political, but I know you guys all like Trump though, anyway. But I mean, and I'm like, I favor Trump. I'm usually not political, but I favor Trump. But I heard Trump went and he tried to take supplies to like some of these states, and I heard other people in the government haven't been doing anything. I heard they basically left the people of North Carolina basically like
ass out,
shit out of luck. Yeah. And I heard FEMA's screwing people over too. That I heard they're confiscating supplies that people are trying to bring in to give people. I don't know if that's true. So I happen to know people in the Asheville area because like it was weird. Like right before this hurricane, there was a conference in Asheville. It was called the Appalachian Starseed Reunion, and I interviewed a lot of people from that conference, and they all lived in like Asheville, North Carolina. And just like I'm telling you, like great people. Like they have like a really awake community down there, and thankfully, all those people are okay, but I happen to know some people. So when I donated personally to people I know, but if I could get supplies to people down there, I would try to do that too. But I'm all the way up here in Pittsburgh, so I don't even know how to do that. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
There are people doing donations and GoFundMe's for people in North Carolina right now. There's a couple of links on the Icons page and I on Telegram. That this woman, her name is Renee Mountain Mama. She's got a lot of she's having friends get together stuff to send to people in North Carolina that need help, and they're literally driving it themselves across the country. So hold on a second here.
Wow.
Here it is. Oh yeah, here we go. This goes to what I was saying. Let me send you this here because Kathy just sent this to me. I'll text it to you. All right, you should have it in a second now.
Who is it?
On your
me.
It's that thing about the kingpin that they captured in North Carolina. Now this isn't going to be on the news, okay? This is like word on the street. Patriots are all talking on but this is there's a couple people that have some reports and some extra info on this whole operation, and they captured this kingpin they were looking for all these years. And he was a huge trafficker. Like he was probably really bad. Here it is. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wow, you made it bigger. That's nice. Yeah, there you go.
Get our faces off. Okay, let's just, there you go. There you go.
It says, by the way, yeah, did you know The U.S. military captured the kingpin of human trafficking yesterday. It was said he had dozens of facial surgeries to evade law enforcement for decades, and about 40 of his henchmen were caught. So guess what? This means he has dirt on every person who was ever involved. So it's about to get ugly for the dark side there. And then that's what I heard. And the biggest shareholders of lithium are Kamala and her husband. I didn't know that.
Wow. Holy shit. That's insane.
Yeah, bro.
Isn't he in charge of some type of power plant in California? I had another person talking about that at some point. That there's like he's got his hands in some really big stuff. These marriages are very strategically arranged.
Very interesting.
Wow.
That's very
I'm blown.
Yeah. So there's operations happening all the time, man. And it's gonna start coming out like a flood. Like I said, I don't like to make it political, but I really don't think, in my opinion, we're gonna have an election just because of all the stipulations that's happening. Not to mention the Brunson case. The Brunson case hasn't even came out yet. That's gonna just reverse everything.
What's the Brunson case, Brad? What's the Brunson case?
So the Brunson case basically reinstates Donald Trump from the 2020 election because he won, because it was found out that they were cheating in that 2020 election of all those fake ballots. So when the Brunson case gets overturned, technically it would make Joe Biden non-valid as the 46th president. It would be like he doesn't exist, and they reinstate Trump as president. Because right now, from my understanding, Trump is the CIC, the commander-in-chief. Joe Biden's a non-valid president. That's why when you go and watch him at the podium and he talks, there's no presidential seal on the podium. Everything that's fake. Even his inauguration was fake. So the real CIC, which is the commander-in-chief, is Trump right now. Wow. But it's going to be official once the Brunson case comes out. That's the Supreme Court ruling.
They got Kamala husband as a woman beater. Oh, wow. He's going around slapping hoes. It's I'm just looking up stuff about him. That's funny.
What, Joe Brown. Willie Brown. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Kamala's Willie Brown's side chick.
Yeah. I guess he's into that.
Well, so I mean, you mean Montel Williams. That's what it was. Montel Williams is Kamala Harris's little fling there. And Willie Brown.
What do you guys think about Jay-Z? Not to change the subject, but what do you think? Like, because I heard Jay-Z starting to be, and let me just tell you, like, I was always the biggest Jay-Z fan growing up. You know what I mean? I never was a Diddy fan, but I was more like a big fan and a Jay-Z fan for sure.
Same.
So, like, if something comes out about Jay-Z, I would honestly be hurt, but I wouldn't doubt it, though. You know, with all
bro, yeah, Jay-Z's evil, man. Evil as they come. He's worse than Diddy, I heard.
Really?
And if you look at all the Jaguar Wright videos, Jaguar Wright is on it, okay, with his Jay-Z thing.
Yeah,
Jaguar Wright.
I've heard about her.
Yeah, she's on it.
It's controlled opposition, Robert. It's controlled opposition. These are the gatekeepers. They're all assigned as the gatekeepers. That's why they get to run the music business. That's why, you know, when you think about back in the day when we used to watch Rap City and we used to watch BET and music,
I used to watch that when I was a kid. Yeah,
same.
Right, remember they were talking about Fight the Power, and Flavor Flav and
oh my God,
Public Enemy, and they
NWA.
were really
all
talking about upliftment, anti-government, they were talking about wake up, they were talking about justice, and they were talking about togetherness and stuff. Then all of a sudden, all of our music turned into gangster rap. They signed a contract, and plenty of them have talked about this contract that they've signed. That it's either get down or lay down, right? If you sign this contract and promote the prison industrial system. So how does that work? If I make music about drug use and abuse and killing right, then I promote the mentality that leads you into the jail system. Our music is
I agree,
geared
Garrett.
to the jail system, right? So now you've said no more of this conscious rap. You can't make a rap song that's conscious, right? You can't sell 1 million
Well, there
copies.
are, but there's those people are considered like the underground artists. You know what I mean? Like you don't hear about
Right.
them on the mainstream because they don't get no play, right? They don't. You know, I
They
listen to a
didn't,
lot of that. I listen to a lot of underground stuff.
There's
they didn't
no
bend over and grab their
reason,
ankles. That's why.
there's no reason you should listen to our radio station and change the channel. And every channel has Jay-Z and Beyonce on every hour on the hour. That is
Yeah.
absolute fucking. We have way too much music in the world to be trapped in this cycle of listening to the same shit over and over again.
And then
And they said
crack epidemic.
he was dating Beyonce.
Yeah, the crack epidemic.
They put
Right.
a whole generation of black male youth in prison, you know?
Yeah.
I remember Biden and Hillary calling crack dealers, what the hell were they calling them?
Animals?
No, it was super predators. That was
Oh yeah.
super predators. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, they would.
But yet, let me just say this: they were the same government. Was the same government that flooded the ghettos with crack back in the day and made the shit, and then they arrested people for selling it and using it. You know,
Yeah,
and that's a fact. You know?
When I went in the drug
Right.
unit in 1993, they sent me to some conferences to talk to, other drug cops and learn. And the ones from Chicago and New York City told me about how the CIA dropped the semi-automatic guns and the crack on the city streets. It was, for their
I grew up in a.
Yep, that's
I grew up
when
in
he
a town that
calling
was like there was like heavily crack. You know, like there was like a big thing. You know, like
drug epidemic. It's so disgusting to me.
Yeah.
Did you ever think crack was gonna go away? I remember those were some rough times, man. It was
bad.
It was bad.
I
It
remember.
really was. I'm gonna go ahead and play this then.
Take back the streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents, whether or not.
Let's rewind that because he said my son. Your son is a crackhead. So, but we have not yet to see justice yet, right?
We must take back the streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter or not whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become socialized into the fabric of society. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street. That's number one. There's a consensus on that. Unless we do something about that cadre of young behavior, that's why we do in this bill. We have drug treatment and we have other treatments to try to.
Well, he said, lock the SOB up.
Right.
Yet his son has yet to be in jail, even though he was online with his own. Okay, so what? Bo Biden died of a brain tumor, right? But Hunter was having an affair with his wife. And
smoking crack
has pictures of himself talking to his own niece online where she's underdressed. They're
Wasn't
on there
he also
together.
smoking crack with Obama's daughter too?
Oh yeah, he had her spread. With the coke on the table. So, but we can't talk about that. We can't talk about that. But people will always say, like I said, they're gonna believe what they want to believe, and they're gonna hear what they want to hear, and they're gonna minimize anything else that you talk about. But let's talk about this crackhead Kamala. Anyway, what were you talking about? Something you wanted to talk about, Robert? That chick is a crackhead. I mean, I don't understand.
No, I grew up. I was born in 1980. So I grew up in the crack era. Like, you know, it was like the worst thing to be in my town was like a crackhead. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, you know, it was really bad in my town where I grew up. You know, I remember like it be, you know, like it was like it kept me away from drugs when I was a kid. I'll tell you that. You know, because I saw how people acted on it and stuff like that. You know. You know, it was an epidemic for sure. And now it's turned into fentanyl, you know, and it's like now people are getting worse. And like, you know, there's tent cities all over our country. Like I know here in Pittsburgh, they have the tent cities. I know they have them in Baltimore, Philly, Washington, Texas, California, everywhere got a homeless camp. You know, why is that?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any sense. And a lot of those people are veterans too, you know?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I'm from Baltimore, so I know. I grew up in the crack era and from Baltimore, and it was just like that. Actually, they glorified.
I used to watch The Wire.
Yeah, I was actually on The Wire.
Right?
I was on The Wire as an extra, season 3.
No way.
Yeah, I was on The Wire.
That's cool.
Wow,
that's so cool.
I'm actually on the credits too. But you only see me for like 3 seconds, but I was on there.
Oh my God. I thought you said you watched The Wire. You said you was on The Wire.
No, I was on there. I was on there as an extra.
Oh, as an extra.
Yeah.
How many times did you get to catch your leg or your thigh on there? How many times?
Well, a couple times they had me sitting outside. I remember because it was hot. There was a bunch of cicadas out, locusts out that summer. And they had us standing in line in front of a homeless shelter for like 6 or 7 hours recording this one scene, and they only had me in there for like maybe a couple seconds. You could see me in there, but I'm on the credits though, so that's cool. But yeah,
nice.
Pay well?
Huh?
Was the pay well?
I wasn't union, so they only paid me $80 for that time. But if I was union, I would have got 400 or 500. But I didn't go union at the time. I wasn't sure. That's what I wanted to do, and it was my first time getting this out there. So because I wasn't union, they only paid me $80. It's like $10 an hour.
If you guys are out there and you got weather going on near you, let us know where you're at. Daryl said his electricity went out. He said it's getting pretty bad. My neighbor said it only hit down landfall over there at 8 p.m. So we got some time for this stuff to come through here because they're like an hour away from us. But storm wise, you know, a lot of storms, they only move like 1 or 2 miles per hour or something. So I don't know. I haven't checked.
I just saw something pop up, Erica, where it said Tampa was on the list to be a 15-minute city. So this guy thought that these tornadoes and the hurricane was to wipe out Tampa so they could do a 15-minute city.
They got so many homeless people.
To all this.
You said how close?
Yeah.
Well, that's basically where the landfall. The Tampa, Sarasota, St. Pete is this area. So it slowed down, but then it spread wider. So it's covering that area, and then it'll go kind of up and across towards past my area up into Daytona, and so it'll still hit like Cape Canaveral. So all these people, even down in the south, are gonna experience winds and hurricanes. Because I had people trying to tell me to come to Miami. I was like, that just sounds crazy during a hurricane to go to Miami, right? Like that just seems like the worst place to go, right? So
right.
I don't know. I was I'm gonna be here. My son, he never wants to go anywhere though. No lie. Last time we had no electric. I said, you want to go out? And because we could go down the street and get some AC. He was like, nah, I'm just gonna stay here. And I'm like, okay, babe, So you can see what that looks like. I'm gonna show you what that looks like for us over here. So they're saying, what did they say? 10 to 4 inches. See, because it was like, it's going to hit 16 inches. It went down to 11. But let's see what date this was, though. What time But this get updated. So less than an hour ago, they updated this supposedly. So when we say Tampa is up, and then around it is like St. Pete, Sarasota. Like that's all one area. I'm over here in the middle. Then over here would be like Melbourne, Cape Canaveral, stuff like that. Up here would be like Jacksonville. See, yeah, Jacksonville. This will be Daytona up in here, Orange City, stuff like that. You're up here, right? Like Lakeland. You're kind of like right in here, Lakeland, maybe.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
I'm up north. Or you see where Jacksonville is? You go all the way over to where that little yellow line is. I'm like right above Gainesville.
Over here, right?
Yeah, like right there, over there.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
Okay,
it's a little bit north of, but yeah, I'm right there.
All right. So then, Keys and all that stuff is way down here. So the biggest problem is like rain and flood. So that yellow, that's severe. And green is the flash floods. I mean, at any time, my backyard usually floods, but we had to dig a trench because it was so bad. So that's like supposed to be the wind type situation over there. See, it's 75 plus. Look at that.
Damn.
So not 200, not 150, not 180. That's tropical storm weather right there, right? And then it says hurricane right there. So yeah. Oh,
somebody's not telling us the truth. Now that's interesting.
So now this is, I mean, my backyard can look like this, but it don't even have to be a hurricane for this kind of stuff to happen. It just rain, Terry's seen video of my back porch. You've seen it, right, Terry?
I've seen it. You get a lot of water back there.
Yeah, my back porch can get a little bit crazy. So,
the low lying areas where I live at, it can get like that here. But we have a lot of hills up where we're at, and there's like creeks and stuff, and like the springs probably floods out. And there's certain areas where you can't drive because there'll be a bunch of like a puddle of water that'll be like a foot deep or something with all that water flooding there. But for the most part,
you guys are safe. I hope this ends up being. I hope they're underestimating this. Like I mean, I hope they're overestimating this. You know what I'm trying to say. I hope it's not as bad as what they think, and I hope you guys are all safe because like a lot of people are down there. Like you said, Daryl James is down there, Piper Paprika, Matthew Mornian, and his wife. I'm trying to think of who else is down there. A lot of people are down there. A lot of people from the conference. I didn't hear you. Who'd you say?
Ben Chastain.
Yeah, Ben Chastain.
Oh yeah, Ben's down. Yeah. It's wow. You know what's crazy? If this really is weather manipulation, this is a far reach. But if they're controlling the weather, it could go out of control. It could go out past Florida, up the ocean, and hit the whole East Coast. After it hits Florida. Because that other one went from the whole way from Florida all the way up to Tennessee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that's far, man. Like that. I'd like to know who's doing this shit.
But don't you feel like
you want to know who has this kind of job? Who has this kind of job where they play with stuff like that? Even when it comes to the clouds, right? Who's the guy you hire to do this stuff?
I know, right?
That guy's getting paid. There's a guy that I know that just came. I don't know all the information, but he was for years. The government was paying him to do all the mapping for like all these because there's supposedly a bunch of new islands and stuff that like aren't on our Google Maps and stuff. And he was paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars to kind of like shut up and kind of tell us false information about our mapping. He was like a contractor for the government, and he had to sign a major NDA, and he's coming out talking about his story. So that they ain't telling us exactly what's around us, and they've been kind of all these no-fly zones and stuff that's around. Makes you wonder why we can't fly over there. Why can't we see it? Why isn't it on our maps? You mean to tell me there's a bunch of new continents and islands that we haven't even perceived that are out there? And there are. Supposedly there's islands out there that they're not even on the map.
I agree. like Antarctica, right? Like there could be something outside of Antarctica that we don't even know, like other places. Do you think?
Yeah. And they said that there is a landmass above Australia that's just there. Nobody even knows about that. So supposedly, it says supposedly as big as South America, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen it myself.
Came right out the ground.
Wow.
And went into the lines, and I have no electric because of her not wanting to cut her fucking tree.
Oh, could y'all hear that?
Yeah.
That's my neighbor around the corner.
That's why I was asking, because I've been hearing him pop all around. My electric went out only because the fucking neighbor that didn't cut her tree, it fell over and went in the lines. The roots are up. It came right out the ground and went into the lines, and I have no electric because of her not wanting to cut her fucking tree.
Yeah. That's what we go through really, is because it costs big money to cut these trees, man, but you gotta like take some responsibility and cut your trees.
Oh yeah.
But then if they're next to the lines, you can also call Duke Energy and say, hey, can you maintain this? And so sometimes they'll maintain it. I have bees in my yard, and it was one of Duke Energy's boxes that they had in the ground. It has cracked, and those bees got in there. It was crazy. And thank goodness I called them, and they came and they paid for a beekeeper to come and remove the bees from the property. So, but people, you gotta, I mean, they'll leave line in my yard. I had 30, 40 foot of wire in my yard. I don't know where it's coming from. I have to figure out, is it Duke? Is it AT&T? Is it Spectrum? But you gotta call and be like, hey, can somebody clean this shit up before someone gets hurt? Like you got to be responsible. Pay, whatever. So that's our biggest thing is these trees. All it takes is some good rain, and this is where most of the trouble just comes. It doesn't even have to be a hurricane for us. There's
oak trees that have been here for a long time, hundreds of years, to top it over.
I remember in 2021 or 2022. There's so many old trees. Like when you go down the highway, they're not maintained, and it flooded. It was an ice storm. That's what it was. An ice storm. It was so cold. Everything got frozen. The ground got frozen. And when it all melted, it left just standing water, and the grounds got so soft. All the trees just started tipping over. And it was a lot of maintenance. And I was thinking, dang, how long is this going to take for this to be over with? Like you could drive down the highway as much as you want, and it'd be months later, and it was still just standing water. And I remember sliding off into a ditch, and some guys with some chains had to pull me out of a ditch down that way. So I don't know. The earth is changing, and we're in the way. I think that's more than anything. It's like we're in the way. Anyway,
absolutely.
Well, Rob, I thank you for hanging out with us. I know you were busy, but I was like, oh, what's he talking about? And I hadn't seen you in a while, and I'm so glad you could come hang out with us.
I just shared it on Facebook. Like I don't mind being here. It was fun. It's fun.
I just wondered if you had some news for us too. Yeah, I know you like it. You're a great guy. I was also nosy too, because I was like hoping you had some news. I like when you come up with some dirt, like, man, did you hear this?
I mean, I know that I can tell you that people are looting in North Carolina. I don't know if you heard that, but I mean, I've been paying attention to really what's going on in North Carolina. That's where because I have a lot of friends down there, That's kind of where I.
That's what I was thinking too, because people are doing all this shopping. I was like, if this was a real storm, trust me, the windows would knock out in Walmart, and you will go shopping one way or the other. So I was just like, I was like, zombie rules. We was like, I just kind of think like you go looting. That used to be the thing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm from South Carolina. The people would just be waiting for the electricity to go out so they could go to. There used to be Kmart, but Walmart. They were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go." They would wait and go looting back in the day. So we wouldn't go shopping. Yeah. They would go looting. But it's getting to that point in North Carolina. Carrie's been up there without electric and still going to work.
Wow.
They've been a week without electric, and so her job is letting them bring the kids to work. So there is no school.
Holy moly.
And then Chimney Rock is literally, I don't know what that looks like, but Chimney Rock is basically no Chimney Rock. I started
It
to
doesn't
wonder.
exist anymore.
Right. And so that's up there where we used to go mining go mining and stuff. Not far from it. But I was kind of wondering, what does anybody think about karmic cause or karmic, you know what I'm saying? Like some, in cities where they've done things like maybe slavery or, the slaughter of Native Americans or stuff like that. And I was starting to wonder, is that any part
I
of
can tell you a little bit about that, Erica. I had Indigo Angel on my show recently. She's doing a grid work trip up to Arkansas at Pinnacle Mountain. She's trying to get a bunch of people up there. But right next to it, right in North Carolina, right around that area, was the Trail of Tears. Where a bunch of Native Americans were slaughtered. So I find that interesting as well. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but that's definitely where it started, I think.
Oh yeah, we forgot Drago is in Tampa. I do believe Drago might have said something about his electric. Let me see. Not sure.
I hope he's okay.
I hope so too. Oh, Toby. Let me see. How is she? She's up here, but maybe she's not even back from that conference yet. That Nexus conference. Is everybody back from Nexus already?
Nexus didn't even happen.
Yeah, but they turned it into a retreat. So Robert Gardner, some other folks.
Alex.
Yeah, Alex. I don't think Alex is even here because I know Alex didn't even come back to Florida.
Who else was there?
Yeah. So that Nexus, people still went. People stuck on bridges. Oh my gosh. We gotta take a look at that. That's horrible.
I would not want to
I
be
cannot
stuck on one
believe
of
they
those
did
bridges
this.
down there. Hell no.
That sucks that they did that. You can never do that last minute, trying to run last minute. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But they told those people, I feel like they were trying to make news by doing that.
Also, they have a lot of interesting stuff in that area. Oh,
How do I make it bigger? Can't make it bigger. Okay, there you go.
Oh my
This
God.
is the people on the bridge. Because at 8 a.m., they told people to evacuate, knowing that the storm is coming today. So why at 8 a.m. would you tell people like the storm is coming today, but at 8 a.m. they now made an announcement in Hillsborough to evacuate, and then people started to pile up at the gas station. They were running out of gas. They went to the airport, so people are stuck at the airport. They told people to leave, and they end up getting stuck on these bridges. So it doesn't even make any sense to do that. These people could be at home in their beds. Oh God.
The rain's starting to pick up a little bit here.
Yeah, it is. It's starting to pick up over here too. Oh wow. So Matthew is live on another channel. Is Matthew live? Oh. Okay, so we got some lives going on. We should do some lives of the weather. Well,
Is Matthew live or he just posted?
Oh, the other Matthew. So this is Matthew Turner. Matthew Morning. He was live. I don't know if he's still on. I don't think he's still on. Matthew Morning. This is a hurricane party.
I remember we all had lunch together at the conference, Erica. That was so nice meeting you in person, you know? Like that was I keep going back to that. And you too, Susan. We had lunch. I had lunch with you too. Like it was so much fun, guys. Like I go back to that because that was so I keep repeating myself, but I just had a fucking blast, honestly. I don't mean to swear, but it was an awesome time.
No, it was relaxing and it was peaceful and it was calming and it was comfortable, man. I couldn't have seen myself not going back the following year, you know, like next year. I just couldn't see myself not going back because it was very peaceful. It was cool to meet you too. And I was like, oh, Robert, I thought you were going to be taller. I say that to everybody. I say that to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I'm
it's
only
true.
like 5'8" if I'm lucky, you know. But
You said 5'8"?
Yeah.
Everybody I meet that says they're 5'8", I swear to God, they're 5'5".
I'm 5'8".
And you're 5'5".
No, I'm 5'8".
You're 5'5".
I'm taller than Jermaine.
You guys were 5'8" in high school or something, and something life shrunk.
I'm taller than Jermaine. What you mean?
Then I'm
my license says 5'7".
All my license is 5'8".
I need a new
That's
license.
my license.
Mine needs to say 5'9" then, because evidently I'm a big chick.
I'm tall. I mean, with Jermaine with hair, I'm taller than Jermaine with his hair. So you saw us standing there, matching each other.
Yeah.
We did it in your living room.
Yeah. And Jermaine.
You were like, nah, he ain't taller than you. So we did that.
None of you guys are taller than me. I swear.
No, I'm not. It's not taller than you, but
yeah. What? Oh, Brian wasn't talking to you today. Brian was talking to someone today. Oh, Brian was talking to Matthew Morning today. I was trying to find out, you know. Yeah. Matthew had a live from 4:30 to 7:30. So I don't know. I'm checking in to see if he has electric and stuff. Don't know.
I can text him.
Oh, okay.
Let me see here. Hold on.
Oh my God, he just put something out where he's by candlelight.
Yeah, I was thinking with all these tornadoes, I was wondering if Dr. Charnel's thing's going to still be going on at the end of the month. Because it's supposed to be in Destin.
Oh, yeah. Were you going to that, Kathy?
Yeah, she's got 3 more
Kathy?
openings.
Oh, she does.
Mm-hmm.
I was checking that out. I was trying to go on a cruise though. I was like, I don't know if I want to do all that. I think I want to go on a cruise.
I wanted to go get cranial sacral therapy, but now the therapist isn't going to be there. So that was disappointing. And I'm like looking at the other therapies, and I'm like, God, most of those they have at the shop I work at, and yeah, never. Except I think I want to try raindrop therapy because the Amish people ask me about it all the time. It's something to do with. It sounds like they drip essential oils down your spine or something. I don't know. You ever had raindrop therapy?
No. It sounds.
I've heard good things
like
about it.
Yeah, that's what it's along your spine. You drop essential oils in certain parts along your spine. That's raindrop therapy.
Yeah, because I've had.
You can also do.
So many Amish
you can also
people
do
ask
therapy
me
like
to
that with the
try
Bach flower remedies. You can also use the Bach flower remedies.
So,
Matthew's not a traveler. Is it 40s music?
So that's Deer. I forget the name of that place. Deerfield or Deer? I forgot. I forget the name of the place that Matthew lives, but this is starting to blink a little bit more now. It's blinking.
Wow.
Yeah, Kathy said she's taller than Brad too. Ah, she said she's taller than you. You can put the PH USB car light. Yeah, I got one of those. I got that USB car plug. Let me show you my supplies. Don't get high on your own supplies. I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help it. Look at this. Let me show you this. My friend sent this. This was the coolest thing ever about how to fix your van. Look at that.
Oh, it's a little house, tiny house.
Yeah, so you can put your important papers, your clothes, a little bed. You can sleep. I don't know. I can never get to real good sleep in the car though.
My roommate at the conference, Michelle, I call her Michelle the vegan. She's real cool. She goes by Black Feather in the Wind on YouTube, but she's lived in her van too. She has like a bed in the back and everything. It's like a recreational van. You know what I mean? It's like a house van or whatever. You know?
Yeah, she turned it into she lives in it and travels in it. This is very intelligent. This was me last night cooking barbecue chicken. I had the honey barbecue. I had some sausages with the cheese in the middle and then some mustard barbecue. And some peas and rice. That's what I was eating tonight.
I tore that up.
I was in my backyard, setting a nice fire. But then I got one of these things right here. The
Are you a good cook?
Yes, I'm an excellent cook.
What is that?
What do you like to cook best?
Oh, I love. One of my favorite things to cook is curry fried rice.
Oh,
And
I
I
love
believe
that
I believe I made that up because I don't know anybody that serves curry fried rice. I like making my barbecue with curry in it. I like to just add stuff to things, mix it up. Now this is see, it charges in the USB, so you can put this in the car, but then you can plug up, So I said, well, I could at least put my air fryer in the car.
Damn. Put it in the front seat.
I can plug up.
That's funny.
Get that Instant Pot. We will have some hot food up in here. That Instant Pot can sit on that car seat. Just put a towel down, and I will.
Wow.
So,
you bring the kitchen. You bring the kitchen to you.
Hey, you don't need lights. You can light a candle.
Right.
You just have to make sure you have enough gas in your car.
Yeah, I did fill my gas up. Plus, I got this. I love this. This is like a 10,000K light. Let me stop sharing the screen. I like this. It's like a lantern, but then it's like a look at that, y'all. Blind you.
Wow.
I got a little headlamp like that. Yeah.
So it has this thing where you can let me see if I can you can do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I got this. It's all charged up. Got that. I got one of those car charger things. The car charger, but then it has the light on it. So it can put air and it can light. But now I'm gonna
get. Said Waffle House ain't got nothing on you.
Whoa! Hey, you ain't never lied. Don't play. Don't play. Waffle House. No, my son is very happy. I was cooking yesterday. I cooked on Tuesday. Wait a minute. Today is Wednesday or Thursday? Wednesday, right?
Today's Wednesday.
Wednesday. So I cooked one night. I cooked Monday night, and all those bones. My son had eaten all the wings and put all the bones in the plate on the stove, and I was like, "This was supposed to be like hurricane food," you know. So then last night I was cooking, and he put it on the stove. So he puts the bones on the stove, and then he's looking at the stove like, "Is it almost done yet?" And I was like, "Wait a minute, buddy. This is for tomorrow." He was already ready. He was hunting for food. I think he's going through a growth spurt or something. Last night I was juicing, and so I made all this like celery, apple, ginger juice, and then some. I like when you make the lemonade and you make like one lemon and 4 apples to make the lemonade. And so I was doing all that. I was so tired last night, and I sat down like 10, 11 o'clock. Because, we started cleaning on Monday. Make sure you get all your laundry done, stuff like that. So get that stuff out of the way. Got gas on Monday, So there might be some barbecue chicken left tomorrow. And then I'll be back to him looking me in my face. Him, the peacocks, the raccoons, everybody will be like, "What you got now?" I want to know if the peacocks are going to come back tomorrow. Yeah.
Well, they will.
I wonder where
by tomorrow afternoon.
I almost feel like going to see where they are at.
My friend Derek Galloway just showed up in your. My friend Derek Galloway just showed up in your chat. He's the guy who's Woo Riders DG. He's in Jacksonville, by the way. So he said he said it's.
Let me see. What's up out there in Jax? Well, how's that going?
I think is that more north than you? I know Florida's huge, right?
Yeah, it's way up. It's like 3 hours up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you on the map. Like, it's funny because we're still trying to get everybody to come down here and move with us anyway. So come on down here and come fuck with us with this weather. Come on, y'all. You'll be like professional storm riders. This is so funny because Dab hasn't even been here a year yet. He's already a professional. He's like, "Nah, I'm gonna stay out in the woods."
Right.
He's already a professional.
This is my 3rd hurricane. Kathy lived through 81 hurricanes already.
No, right? So I'm over here and Jacksonville's up there. So he's probably doing good up there in Jacksonville.
Yeah. Jacksonville's not getting hit as hard.
Yeah. Look at that. So it's saying Thursday in the PM, 70, 65 by the AM. I don't know. We're hoping this stuff.
Damn, this show's lasted long.
The slow moving storm.
You know what it is? It's late. It was supposed to hit here at 8 a.m. Instead it hit here at 8 p.m. So that means it evidently was going pretty slow, right?
Yeah.
We're supposed
I think they predicted, Erica. They said it was going to be like 140 mile per hour winds. It's not that. Oh, no, it's 110 now. Okay. Okay. But maybe it's not complete. Maybe is that mainstream news or is that like alternative news? Would you say?
That's mainstream.
This is the Weather Channel.
Mainstream. Yeah, that's mainstream. I think out here right now, the wind is probably maybe 15 to 20 miles an hour where I'm at.
Oh, okay. Because you're up here. He's up here.
Yeah, I'm all the way up there. Yeah. But we're getting rain right now. We're getting a lot of rain, but it's not like the wind's not blowing us.
Erica? I didn't
I'm in that Orlando area. I'm in that Orlando area.
Oh, you're by Disney World.
Yeah. It's about 30 minutes from me, maybe 30 minutes.
Do you go there much?
No, I've only been there once. I only went there because Sean wanted to go. Sean Bond back in 2022. We went out there to do some energy work there, but outside of that, like, I can't fuck with them. I don't.
Oh yeah, because of what they represent. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I had Sean on my show. It's interesting. I had like a whole crew from the. Okay, so the day before yesterday, I had Rion Darun on my show. Then yesterday, I had Sean Bond on my show. And today, I had Anthony Zender on my show. All people from the conference, like over the last 3 days.
Oh,
and now
Anthony.
I'm on your show.
Yeah, Anthony.
Yeah.
What were they talking about yesterday?
Well, Rion talked about he's having a conference and he talked about just like energy work and your sending and receiving sides, how you send energy and receive energy, and like interdimensional travel and stuff like that. And then Sean Bond, we did a meditation to try to slow down Milton, and he was explaining how to how to manipulate weather for good. And then Anthony Zender today talked about targeting secret space programs and the Pythagorean Illuminati, and the something conspiracy, I'd have to look it up. I have the something conspiracy. Wait, hold on, I'll tell you in a second. I have to look at the Armageddon conspiracy. That was Anthony Zender today. Yeah. But it was good. I got to get you back on soon, Erica. Like, I'd love to have you back on, and you too, Brad. Like, and you too, Susan. Whenever you guys want to come back on, like, you have open invitation.
Oh,
wow, that's amazing. Yeah,
for sure, man.
Because I've even slowed down on my channel. I've been trying to get some things done, so I've been slowing down, and I don't know. I've been real sensitive to everything going on around me. Have you all noticed a spike in just nastiness?
The Schumann's been going crazy.
Yeah.
People just, you stupid motherfucker. I mean, really, like, people have been going in on Facebook as if you were their child or something. They're just talking to you any kind of way.
Erica, I noticed that too. People are acting crazy. It's something in the energy, like the energies are off or something. It's something in like maybe the moon or the eclipse. What had something to do with it, or like, I don't know. It's bizarre how triggered people are getting and how angry people are. I totally agree with you.
And how justified they are. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to say that our thoughts are electromagnetic. The whole thought sequences are electromagnetic. And if we have been bombarded by a lot of space weather, then that's going to affect our whole magnetic systems. So when our thoughts are electromagnetic and you're getting bombarded by all of this stuff from the space weather, it's going to make people they're not grounded in their thinking, and so they just go all over the place. Their thoughts aren't theirs. They're not in control. A lot of people aren't in control of their thought processes. It has to do with that the thoughts are electromagnetic. So why do you think they want to put graphene and stuff in there? So that they can control the thoughts. Because as we rise in frequency, then there's less of the magnetism, right? It becomes more electrical, and the electrical is what brings you into those higher frequencies. So they're trying to keep us down, but with all of the sun's activity, it's making a change in the electromagnetic fields in our thought processes.
It's really spiritual warfare,
Mm-hmm.
It's like spiritual warfare.
Yeah.
Indeed. The stuff that we can't see that's happening all the time. That's what I try to teach people, is that there is spiritual warfare. There's a whole realm of things happening around us that we can't perceive or understand. And now that, those frequencies are aligning, the DNA that they says was junk DNA isn't junk. It's actually a part of who we are. We're able to perceive this reality even more so. And it's going to get interesting. You're going to start seeing some stuff that you've never seen before. I mean, I know I'm already all in, man. I thought I saw it all. You haven't seen it all yet. There's so much to this world that we just haven't seen yet. That's going to get really interesting in these next, I guess, couple of weeks.
With that said, Brad, what's been going on with the clouds? Like, you take pictures of the clouds and you get amazing stuff. Like, I still don't, I don't know how you're able to do that. It's amazing. Like, when you came on my show and you showed me that, like, I was blown away, dude. Like, I really was. I think it's amazing. Like, and then when I had Jermaine on the other day on my show, and we even brought you up. We were talking about it, how you we think you're in touch with something like a greater force. Like, we think you're in touch with something more benevolent that's like trying to speak to you, or, speak to the world through what you're capturing or something. It seems like,
It's yeah, I definitely am. It's multidimensional consciousness that I'm communicating with, and it's multiple beings. It's not just one. There's a group of them. I would say a conglomerate collective, and anybody can do what I'm doing. It's just practice, and it's a self-mastery and seeing, just getting comfortable with what you see in your reality, and knowing in your spirit that what you're seeing is truly what you're seeing. A lot of people doubt their self, and then they don't proceed to investigate afterwards. They just go about their life. So this is stuff happening all around us, bro. I even got pictures of Milton from I took from myself and from off the internet that I mirrored. And I think Erica earlier on this live showed pictures from what I mirrored from that with the big eyeball and everything. So like, there's beings all over the place, and it's I've got a lot more pictures to share, man. Like some interesting ones.
Yeah.
Now I took it a step further. On my videos, I actually have an AI generator, so I make all my videos music custom to whatever pictures I'm talking about. So whatever the topic is, the music usually is. Yeah, here's one of the pictures here. This is from Milton. This is from a tornado from earlier. Milton was coming in. You see that big eyeball?
Wow.
See it? Huge.
That looks like the all-seeing eye.
Yeah. Just floating there. Now, I don't think anybody will perceive that being an eyeball, but you got to enhance the photos, because when you're looking at it, it's really light and it is kind of dark. But so when you're looking at it, you might not perceive it as an eyeball, but it's an eyeball sitting there. And then when you go to mirror the image, like you do, you get that. So they're all over the place. This is from Milton.
God, that's amazing. Holy shit. Wow.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying, man. They're all around in our reality. I do believe that these beings that do contact me are guardian beings. They're beings that nobody's ever perceived or seen before. Because when I asked Alice Collier about them, he's never heard of them before. He's never seen them. He's always seen beings that were in the physical aspect. So these are beings that haven't been here in a long, long time that are showing up right now. And they're coming in so clear. Like, if you just seen a 150-foot eyeball floating at you, I think it would freak you out. I'd freak me out if I seen it. But I see them all the time now. So it's like comfortable. Once you get comfortable knowing that they're around in your reality, it's like a part of it's part of you. The elementals, the world, the beings that's here assisting.
I just heard another transformer pop.
Uh-oh.
Stay safe, Peggy.
There you go. And then there's another being in the middle, where the nose is and the forehead. You can see, look like two eagles coming off where his ears are, but look how clear the eyes are. That just blows my mind. Yeah.
Have you turned it upside down?
I have turned it upside down. I do have pictures of it upside down. And it changes. So when you turn upside down, it changes. You'll see the same dimensions in different views. See the being in the light blue part? Yeah. And there's a being in the light blue part too. It looks like he's got like an oval shaped head. He's in the higher frequency part coming off the crown.
Oh my God, I see that. No. Yeah. Holy shit, man. That's insane. That is insane.
The reason I know they're not negative entities is because the synchronicities that you have communicating with them. And then like when you're, that's how you can tell. Now, the negative entities that were on the planet from when I first started seeing till now, they've been wrapping those bad boys up. All the Archonic network, all the dark entities. So the only entities that's really on the planet that has the ability to maintain in this frequency are the benevolent ones. And that's what I perceive happening. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Peggy,
oh, wow.
Where are you? She says it's getting worse and scared. Good night. I didn't know where Peggy
That's when
is.
she should stay on and talk to us. You know what I mean? She should stay on and try to listen to your show, Erica, so she's like, tries to stay calm. If she's alone, it might be worse, you know?
Yeah,
I hope you stay strong, Peggy.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's basically what I'm doing is for people, but also for myself and for people, because people are calling saying, hey, are you okay? And it's like, here's evidence that it is okay.
You're doing a big service to humanity, Erica. A lot of people are going to probably need this more than you can imagine. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I guarantee you, a lot of people are really stupid. They're probably like tuning into this, and they're probably giving them a lot of solace. Honestly, you know,
Give them a lot of hope.
I really do.
It's a service. It's a service to
Yeah, it
humanity.
is. Yeah, it is. Thank you, man. Thank you. I love that. I love that. It's getting wild outside. I want to show you guys the video. It's just taking a while to upload, but it looks
I already
wild.
did already.
I went outside. I was like, ooh-wee. But the
I got a tin roof, so you know it's wild out here. I got a tin roof in my place, so
I know the tarp finally came off of my storage shed because I got a little leak. So I went over and I put the tarp on there. That came off, but I have a ladder and a table on the porch. I flip them upside down and lay things flat. Nothing's moving, you know. I see one little tree branch on the back porch. That's about it. So I'm doing pretty good over here. I'm waiting for this thing to load, and then I can show you what the wind looked like, because it's sounding like it's sounding very real out there. It's not 110, but it's something. Yeah, so you had more pictures you wanted to. Well, I guess it would take time to load, wouldn't it?
Yes, I love the clouds morphing. Yeah, they do. Kathy be seeing all types of stuff in the clouds too now. I noticed that, where it's like if you're around certain people at a frequency, and they're around, like I notice that when the people are around me, because I see them all the time and they match my frequency, they'll start seeing them, and then the beings will start coming around them when I'm not around. So like Kathy sees them all the time now.
Right. I can't
At
see
one point she wasn't.
I can't see the comments on Rumble. I don't know if we got any comments on Rumble, but I'm gonna check in. I see like only 3 people on Rumble, no comments so far, because we're live in a lot of places right now. So.
Oh, okay. You're doing a Jerry Lewis song everywhere. Huh?
Yeah,
that's what I usually do, Erica. Every time I do, I go live on YouTube, one of my Facebook profiles, and then Rumble. That's the best way to get a lot of exposure. I think you're doing the right thing. You know?
You do it on Stream? You use StreamYard, Robert?
Yeah, because I'm not real tech savvy, so like I like the fact like how Erica's been able to put those comments up on the screen. That's what I like to do, because I like to, every guest I interview, I like to do like a little bit of a Q&A where the audience gets to ask questions, and that's good because then I can put the questions up on the screen and everybody can see it. And then I'm not real tech savvy, because there's other streaming services like Streamlabs and all this other, and OBS. I don't know how to use that. So StreamYard's like very basic and easy, and I can do a lot with it, and it's pretty simple, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The backgrounds. And
now it's dumping.
I can ring the doorbell, and I'm good.
It's raining.
That's because I don't have. What's that thing called when you have the things around your house to catch the water? Gutters? I don't have gutters.
Yeah.
So
you don't have gutters.
It's a little extra in those spots.
Rain spots.
Yeah. So
it's dumping right here too.
The trees. Yeah, they
Oh
go.
yeah.
So then there's the next one. Let me see.
Oh yeah, that wind's kicking over there.
Yeah, it was really kicking.
Damn.
This is the backyard.
Yeah, you
I
can
wish
see
we
the
had
rain.
took that basketball hoop down. The birdhouse is still up. That's looking a little crazy.
Maybe the birds are in the birdhouse.
That's what scares me over this side is my neighbor, because he got so many trees and they're right there at the edge of my. But it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Par for the course. It sounds scary. From inside the house, it doesn't sound scary, but outside it sounds scary. So you can see really over the mosque. That's the mosque over there. So it's like, but I don't. Yeah, it's a little crazy. Hey, you were on the phone with me one night when it looked like this. Remember? Me, you, Jermaine, and we were looking at the plasma. Does plasma?
Oh yeah. Yes, I remember that.
The plasma was coming off of the poles, the light poles.
Yeah, that was wild. And there's beings in there in the plasma too.
Yeah.
That's all I don't remember that.
Changing right in front of our eyes.
I
It was
forgot about
crazy.
that.
Yeah,
I definitely forgot about that.
They know I like that crazy stuff, man. I was in the army, so I just kind of like to get on the edge sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'll be like driving around. I already went to Waffle House before you got on here. I drove to the Waffle House. I was like, what? I had a little bit of blink.
Did you guys hear that rumor about Florida? They say like if the Waffle House is closed, you know the shit's real. Like the storm's bad. If they say
yeah, definitely.
you know who first said that? And then this guy, I watch him. His name's OMG. It's Wix. He does like comedy sketches. He does like dreadlocks. He's on YouTube and Facebook and stuff. Did you guys ever see him? He's from Florida.
I've seen him before. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wix. He does all the Florida skits. He said the Florida skits.
Matthew,
he does all the.
okay,
you ain't Floridating if you Floridan. Yeah.
Yeah. He's hilarious, ain't he?
Yeah, Wix is funny.
Yeah, well, I love
Matthew,
Wix.
I already dropped you a link if you wanted to come on StreamYard. If you want to come on, you can come on and tell us what's going on where you are. But I dropped the link already, Matthew. And so it says new residents.
Yeah, join us, Matt.
Yeah, come on. It says only be concerned if the Waffle House is closed. The Waffle House is closed, but they didn't board it up and the lights were still on. So
look at that dude's face. Oh man, you guys are gonna get. Yeah, he says sorry. He's in a hurry. He says sorry. Matthew says sorry. I'm in a hurricane. He must be deep in it.
Tell her, yeah. Well, I was we were watching you on your page with your candlelight.
Yeah, that was like some I was sad, man. I was like, holy shit, man.
It was that he had that sexy, intelligent music on. It was sad. He said it was sad.
Yeah, the music was good.
You guys are all gonna make it through because I think you guys are all protected. Honestly, I really, truly think you are, and I hope you are, and I think you really are because you guys are all special.
I can't lose. I got my report on myself and all this stuff, and I'm like, no, this says I can't lose. Creator granted me some money to fix this house. I know he did not give me money to get new windows and fix this house and get it in shape so that it could get messed up. So I was like, there's no way I can lose. I cannot lose. I will not lose. And I just found myself in a perfect place of peace before this happened. Like, nah, I'm not trying to hear none of that. I'm not trying to hear
Erica,
any of that.
do you believe in energetically gridding your house and stuff like that? Do you ever do stuff like that?
Yeah. And putting it out for my neighborhood and putting it out like as far as I can reach. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard that
helps.
helps.
It's all gridded.
Yeah, you got it locked down like spiritual Fort Knox, Susan, right? You got it got it super gridded.
And then I got another grid inside of this room because this is my office because spirits are allowed to come in here and talk to me and guides and stuff. But I don't want them bothering me in the rest of the house unless it's an emergency. Like when I first moved in here, there was a ghost that would stomp the floors, and it sounded like I had a home invasion the first 3 nights. Then the third night, when I got woken up at 3 o'clock, and then I come down, and it's an old Victorian, so I come down to the first landing and peek around the nil post with my gun, and it would stop. And I'd go to turn the lights on, and there's nobody in the house. So I changed the locks because I thought maybe it was somebody pranking us, and then I had to go get salt and clear the house with sage and salt and holy water. It was fun. And then the ghost hasn't been back.
They said if you're new to Florida, if you want to live here, put on your seatbelt. No evacuations allowed, right? No evacuations.
I just saw a posting on one of the on Telegram. It said, breaking, in a remarkable turn of events, the eye of the storm has collapsed and Hurricane Milton has been downgraded to a Category 2.
Yay.
Wow.
Yeah, I forwarded
so maybe
that
all those meditations you did. you know how many people like did meditations and like how many people like really tried to like. I did one last night with Sean Bond on my channel, and I know a lot of other people did it too. I'm not saying it was us. I think it was the collective. People like really tried to. Is that for real? Do you think that's from a reliable source?
Yeah, it's on Yahoo now. It's out there.
Wow, that's
It's 32,
amazing.
32 minutes ago, they just reported it as a Category 2. Mm-hmm.
Man, but all that tornado damage before the hurricane was crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, they already saying 1.9 million people without power.
Holy shit.
Milton,
Erica, did you hear that story that they want to do like Tampa as a land grab, like Bill Gates or something like that? Did you hear about that?
Is it something to do with mining? What is it?
I think it's more like for like a 15-minute city.
Oh,
they want to turn
someone
Tampa into a
mentioned that,
15-minute
but I didn't
city.
hear anything about it. So they're saying maximum sustainable. So pounding heavy rains under flood watch emergency until 2:30 p.m. The storm surge will continue to build in the south where the storm made landfall, weakening to a Category 2, made landfall just weeks after hurricane. I don't think, was that even a week when Helene was there? I don't know.
No, it was close. Yeah, there was like it's still messed up everybody's before, though. I mean, geez, oh man, like that's a 1.9 million people. That's a lot. Florida is huge, man. Like wow.
Right. So the biggest outages they got around here, I'm not sure what that city is. I'm around here. I'm in the green, yellowish green area. Let's see. The Tropicana field, that must be like a football field or something out in St. Pete.
Damn.
Flash flood. I know someone else was supposed to come on. Melania, remember Melania? She was one of the coordinators. She was helping take the tickets and stuff. She's out there in Tampa area, St. Pete, and her house was flooding. So people do. I mean, there is things going on with people getting water coming into the house. And I've been to her house before, but I guess it's because her house may be so low. Like, I think they said it's 8 inches below, sea level or whatever. And that makes a difference when this water is coming. And she was having some issues, so she didn't come on. So I assume it's, things in the living room aren't looking so great. So I'm assuming also she probably might not have power by now too. I'll check in on Melly Sparks. It's been 2 hours.
Is that Melly G? Is that?
Well, I don't know who
that is.
Let me just share this tab instead. Remember, she was at the conference.
Oh no, that's someone. Oh, she's pretty. I didn't meet her.
Oh my! Oh, look at you! Ooh, there she goes. She was at the conference.
Yeah, I didn't meet her.
Really? Yeah, she was one of the volunteers. She was one of the volunteers. Yeah. There goes the crew. Water seeping into my apartment from the wall. Right, because the bedroom, that's what I was trying to understand. So there must be some type of roof leak if it's coming in through the wall. You know what I'm saying? Because it's coming in from the wall of the bedroom. It's not coming in from the back door. So that's something suggesting that maybe in the roof is leaking, but it's coming down through the walls and because it's a brick building, so it shouldn't be just coming through the wall,
Yeah,
I've been to her house, so this is gonna be a mess. Oh man, she's gonna need fans in there. Luckily, she doesn't have like carpet. That's when it really sucks when it's carpet. too. Then you got to clean all that stuff up. Let's see. I don't know if Sherry's saying anything. So let me see. Sherry might be. Wonder what she's up to. She was sending me messages earlier about the tornadoes. You guys there? Okay, you guys are there.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, so we're checking. So we're just checking on Facebook posts, checking in with people, seeing what folks got going on.
Yeah, this is interesting. I want to see if everybody's okay. This is. I think this is really interesting, Erica. This is awesome.
Yeah. Thanks. I mean,
if I'm helping people, that's what I want to do. I want to help people any way I can. Like, if I can provide a little bit of entertainment for people, to help them get through this, then that's kind of like, whatever, like
that's it, because you're hanging out with them while they go through it. So it kind of helps them take the focus off. I was in CVS the other day. I asked my friend, Sebastian, I said, Sebastian, are people tripping in here? He was like, yeah. I said, but how are you? He's like, I'm good. I'm not worried about all that. I was like, ooh, give me some of that energy you got. Give me a hug. You got to do it, like reach out and borrow some energy sometimes. So
yeah.
I wonder if this geomagnetic, because they were, with the solar flares have been spiking so high. The Schumann resonance has been going crazy. These two, I don't know. Maybe Dab lost his electricity. I don't know. But the other two, they kind of disappeared. But I wonder if the geomagnetic storm.
Someone made a comment. Someone made a comment in your chat earlier. I thought it was really poignant. They said something about the Earth's abused and upset, and I thought about it. I said, well, that they might have a point. Like maybe the Earth is kind of pushing back against like this human technological. How like we're progressing so much and we're moving into like this AI future, and like it's like we're going one way and the Earth's going another way, and it's like friction. If that makes any sense, I don't know. Maybe not.
Well,
I don't.
You know what I've heard before, that we're the itch and the Earth has to scratch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we're irritant. We're irritated.
Yeah.
And so it has to scratch. And in the meantime, I also like that other one too. It says, man plans and God laughs. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're going to block out the sun. Oh, we're going to get rid of meat. Oh, we're going to, all the things that, these mad scientists get together and think that they're going to do. We have to understand, like, they're not greater than the force that created us. You know what I'm saying? Like they have their little wicked plans, but it doesn't all, how the bad guy always talks shit about all the stuff they're going to do. And it's like foiled again, like, no,
yeah.
Get out of here with that. We're not doing that. We're not blocking out the sun. We're not doing any of this foolishness that these guys are talking about. It's like, get out of here. Oh my God. Look at these two. They just got married. What are they doing?
Where are they at?
I don't know. But it looks. She is so cute and adorable.
Yeah, you got a dope Facebook feed. You got I don't have this. I mean, I have the same friends as you, but I don't get this in my feed. Like, I don't get like, whose altar is this?
Whose altar is this? This is one of my teachers. Her name is Magical Michelle. And I was talking to her earlier too, and she said she wasn't worried. She said prayers of protection, hunker down with the rain, sending energy to release the fear and anxiety.
Now you might be noticing that something has changed. It's not mince.
Do you understand what she's got going on that altar? What's up? I see like something that looks like the eye, all-seeing eye, and
well, we've gone to Egypt several times. So we've gone to Egypt several times. So she collects, her Egyptian artwork straight from Egypt. We both do. And her oils. She's big, man, on her candles and her altar. She believes in, putting it out, putting it out there. And the mother goddesses, all the little mother goddesses. She really does it. She lives it. This is from not St. Nectan's Glen. Where do we go? We went to the Chalice Well. So we went out there in Glastonbury, the UK, and she got this. We stayed at that Chalice Well house, and she got that out there. Yeah, but
Oh, that's cool.
she's big on making her requests. She's the one who taught me, you know, you ask for your greatest and highest timeline can be difficult. It can be a bumpy road, but she asked that you bring in your timeline with grace and ease, but that you're on your greatest joy timeline. That was one thing I learned from her is like, we make the request, but it's how we make the request, right? So she asked, be on your greatest joy timeline. And receive your messages, learn with grace and ease and things like that. And I appreciate, a lot. I've learned a lot from her, and I would have never went to Egypt without her. Like I was looking for some friends locally because we're always making friends online, especially since 2020, right? That was the way we figured things out, right? We found information together and did research together, and they're like, okay, I can relate. But then we stopped making friends, in the physical. We only were doing online stuff. And so I was looking like, how do I make friends locally? Because it is lonely, but we got to get, do some of the offline and in real time talking with people. So I joined a Sophia group, and I saw her. I went through, looked at some people's pages, and I met her, and she was like, hey, cool, let's meet in person. She invited me to one of her class. She gave me like a free theta healing and theta class, and invited me to Egypt. And I was like, cool, I just had a car accident. I got the money. I'm going to go. And so ever since then, it's like my life has been leveling up ever since I met her. It's been really cool. It's been really cool. Yeah. So
she might be like an angel or like a,
what? Her title at the time was Fairy Godmother and Spiritual Activator. I was like, who doesn't want a fairy godmother?
For real.
That sounds good. So yeah, I was all about that life. I was all about that. We're gonna go down the timeline.
I'll hang out for a little bit longer. I want to go smoke a cigarette real quick and go take a leak. I got to pee real bad. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, we're just gonna go down. I'm just gonna go down the timeline and see if I see anybody else reporting. I know Anne Marie. She went out. Wow, she moved around because she wanted to take her mother out of that space. It's worse. It's worse and more windy at 10. Seems like we're going through the worst right now until 9 p.m. No power. So that was Dade City she was talking about. I'm just trying to see if anybody else is updating. Oh, Tristam fam. Okay, so she put it out there. She's letting people know where she's at.
I'm gonna take off. I'm falling asleep.
It's all good.
Safe out there. All right.
You too. I didn't know how long we were gonna do this for, so I don't know how much longer we're going on 3 hours and 41 minutes, y'all. Hanging in there.
Yeah, I think I'm usually in bed at 10, so it's past.
Yeah. It's so funny because it's starting to spike up.
Nice.
Starting to spike up. I'm gonna share Laura, but whenever you have to leave, let us just bounce off. I didn't expect anybody to stay on here all night with Laura. Was cool. It's great to know that people were putting out prayers and that's really cool. That music sounds nice. I love when she gets that out there. So not far from me. Someone around. It's just in different cells. They lost power 3 hours ago. Gosh, I'm finally winning one time. This is really nice. Milton is no joke. Tornado activity. Palm Beach experiencing full force storm. Hope everyone is safe. 50,000 linemen staged and ready for help. Let's see what I want to see what his pictures are doing. See what he got going on. I don't know what this was. That's a dumpster.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's all muddy. When was this? 3 hours ago? Downtown Fort Lauderdale? See, now Fort Lauderdale, that's over there by that's a tornado did that then. Because Fort Lauderdale is over there by Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So that would have had to been a twister to get that dumpster up there, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Dang, that's rough. Robert, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh wow, look at
I'll be
that.
right there.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I just wondered if that was you or not. Oh, because I can't see. I wonder what this is about. Oh, these are all the people lined. There's the trucks lined up so they can do the work later. Okay. I didn't know if you could see this screen, Robert.
Oh, I just saw a UFO. I'm not kidding.
Oh,
I
you
went out to
did?
smoke a cigarette. Yeah, it was real far away. It like zigzagged and zigged or something, you know. But I think it was a UFO, you know. But then also I heard some real loud rumbling sounds, which it's completely clear here in Pittsburgh. There's no rain, nothing, but like real loud noises for whatever reason. Like you know how Linda Melton Hall talks about those loud booms. It kind of
Mhm.
sounded like that. It was really weird. I don't know what's going on here, but definitely something, you know. I don't know.
Yeah. This is Fort Lauderdale. Evidently, like one of those tornadoes lifted up a dumpster on top of their house.
Wow.
And then this is folks are getting
Oh
overtime.
my god. It looks like a zombie apocalypse.
that's the workers. They're ready to go out there and do fertilizer tomorrow.
Oh, okay, that's good then. Right?
Yeah, ready to work. What an amazing job. Wow. That is amazing. I'm going to make my plug. Men, I don't want a job like that. There's things that men do that I don't want to do. And it's amazing because they do keep people can say, oh, newbies and normies and so call all the names, but it takes the regular people to get shit working. You know what I mean?
Right.
I
Everybody can't
agree.
be
I
a leader.
agree.
Everybody can't be a leader. It takes followers to make things happen. And no matter what we say, these are the people that we're here to help, right? And here they are out here about to do the work for us.
Yeah.
That's humbling, man. It's nice.
It's like everybody has a place in the world, you know what I mean? Everybody has their mission, you know?
Right. Right. Someone's tracking this
What
storm. When did she post this? An hour ago. So that's bringing it up over to the Cape. Yeah.
that Mosaic is in the chat. Mosaic, that was a bunch of workers getting ready to go out and help people. That's what that was. Mosaic says in the chat, she said, what in the heck, Rooney? What was that big field? I couldn't see. It was a bunch of worker trucks going out to help people. It's like they're getting
Oh,
ready in Florida, you know.
oh yeah. I'll play it again for you because it really is amazing. It really is pretty cool, actually.
But that train keeps rolling. All down the sand and the door.
50,000 trucks or 50,000 men with all these trucks. So that's the line workers. Yeah. Those are the workers. You know, all the people make fun of and call normies and shit. And right? Like,
Yeah. She also said that the U.S. has a patent on hurricanes. I didn't know that. You know, she said the U.S. has a patent to make. Oh, this looks insane.
yeah,
Oh wow!
Dale.
Look at those
Dale
trees.
doesn't live far from me. I think he lives in a place called Mount Dora. Yeah, I think he lives out Mount Dora, not too far anyway. He lives within an hour of my area.
I remember when I first came into the when I drove from Pittsburgh down to Florida for the conference, and I hadn't been on vacation. I'd be like when I was in my 20s, I used to go surf all over the East Coast, but besides that, I hadn't been on vacation for 10 years, and like you know, I was so excited when we hit the first part of Florida or South Carolina, and I started seeing palm trees because I hadn't seen a palm tree in so long. It was so exciting to me. You know, it was like like it's been a while since I was on vacation. So, what did it say? This were chubby women.
Oh, what? Oh, out for yeah. Some type of
People are
thing.
crazy. People are crazy on Facebook.
It sure is. It sure is. I was looking at this. This looked like the thing right here. I need one of these in my yard. Start cooking outside.
Oh, that was cool.
I'm about to share this to Terry.
Mm.
Share this with Terry. We must discuss this later. Put this in the pile.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds like the stuff. Yeah. Ninth wave. PhD Carl Johan. Well, I know I kept you guys here for a long time. I know I did. Oh, this is really interesting. Did you look at this? Look what someone did. Can y'all see that?
What is that?
They nailed down their house, I guess.
Oh, the roof.
Yeah. They bolted down their house as if it was a trailer. That doesn't make any sense. That's dangerous, actually, because if these things fly up, I mean, I think that's even more dangerous.
Mm.
That's for a mobile home. Why would you? I'm not sure why anybody would do that. Anyway.
I shared your stream out on YouTube, so maybe you might get a couple people in here, more people watching.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna keep everybody up all night. Oh man. Something about Mars.
Are you on East Coast time, or are you in Central time?
I'm on East Coast time. Terry, you're on Central, aren't you?
I'm on Central, yeah.
Has anybody been on your show talking about Diddy and anybody like? Oh, you were talking
Yeah,
about
I had.
Nas and Jay-Z. I think they're all down.
What's up with Nas? I love Nas. I love Nas too. Like, I mean, I was a big Nas fan, honestly. I really was. Like, I like Nas more than I like Jay-Z, because Nas always had a better flow. He was like more real,
I thought it was suspicious. Nas went from being bankrupt to a billionaire real quick. Then
I know, right?
There was pictures of him at the Hennessy 150 year anniversary. It was either 150 or 250, and he, the man who runs Hennessy, the way he had his hand around him as if they were on a date. It was really weird.
Oh wow!
I just think that they all get passed around, man.
Yeah, I hope it's not like that, but I mean, you could be right, like
they all do.
You never know, right?
Yeah.
I think you are right, probably. I mean, like, because we see something happens to people. Because something happens to people once they reach that level of stardom, right? It's like they get corrupted. It's like they lose their morals.
Well, there's a gate, and if steady,
Ooh, that
consistent
was
popularity and stuff. Yeah, that was a tornado, and that guy was driving down the street towards it like a psycho. Like, who's going down there? I'm not going down there.
yeah, I'm not. That looks like a dark portal.
It went up. It didn't show what happened to the car. I know people are looking at him like, hell no. Hell no. What's going on? Tom rolled up his sleeves. They said if he rolls up his sleeves, it's on. When Tom rolled up his sleeves, I said, okay, let me take a nap because it's coming. Here we are. A lot of they were making jokes about this guy. Like if he takes off his jacket and he rolls up his sleeve, that's when you know something's I love people, man. They're
Yeah.
people have risen.
What's this?
I don't know. There's no sound. There's no sound. To govern ourselves. It has something to do with sovereignty, praying for those who need help. This must be North Carolina. Okay, so they're moving equipment to get through North Carolina. Look at that. Look at those. See, that's what was happening a couple of years ago. All the trees were snapping and falling next to the highway. Trees are beautiful, but
What kind of vehicles are those? Is that like an off-road vehicle or something? Like
they
some
look like
kind of
they look like ATVs, right?
Yeah, they're four-wheelers.
Oh damn, that's
Yeah, taking equipment.
They're like an all-terrain. Yeah, quads. That's right, that's right.
Wow. You know, ooh, look at that in the water. If we were left without a government that stayed so busy telling us what to do, you know, people would have to do it themselves. And so people would become more independent. Like people don't want you to have guns and people don't want you to do all these, they want the government should be in charge of clearing the roads. But if the government wasn't in charge of clearing the roads, you know what that would do to man, right? Man would focus on, the last time we had a flood, we had to dig a ditch and they would get their own equipment.
Hey.
Is that Brad?
I sent you a video. I just made a video while I was doing this because it was on my mind to do it. So I put together a Hurricane Milton video.
Well, what I was just saying is if the government wasn't so fully in control of saving us all the time, then we would be in charge of saving ourselves. We would function differently because then you would be like, you know what, Kathy, I think we need to get a tractor and we might need a plow. And we would be having these equipments and these tools and we would be filtering our own water and we would be doing more. But we're in this state of perpetual being babied. We don't learn to take care of these emergency situations ourselves. And here you were looking at people who they had their own ATVs and they were out there doing what they had to do. And they were talking about being sovereign.
Right.
And I'll show you. They got their own equipment and they're going to go out in North Carolina. It's funny because what they're saying is people are being stopped, right, from helping. Right? Like they're trying to stop citizens from helping because they want, I don't know. But
FEMA's trying to. I heard FEMA's trying to confiscate the supplies people are bringing in because FEMA took a huge hit. That's a conspiracy theory going around. I don't know if it's true, but then my friend Raven said today, I premiered a video on Rumble this morning and we were talking about it. She said that people in the mountains are doing good for each other. She said they're helping people out. And her exact words were, she said the mountains are talking. She said they're really helping each other up there. She said they're really taking care of each other, They're, supposedly they're looking out for each other. But then I saw a woman on TikTok last night. I don't watch TikTok, but it was on my Facebook feed. this woman said that people are having to walk around strapped with their safeties off because people are looting North Carolina because people don't have water. You know what I mean? And so you know, you hear different sides and different stories. The only people that know are the people that you're there. You know, so it's like, you know, it's crazy, man. You know, and it's just like.
I made a video for you, Erica.
How
I
did
actually
it
made
go?
a song and everything. I sent it to you. It's
Okay.
on. I put together all the clips from the Hurricane Milton footage, and then I made a little song with it. Actually,
Look at
pretty cool.
this.
Oh, is that Helene damage?
Yeah, that's Helene.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah.
And people say, leave. This was all the way in Tennessee. These people are getting affected all the way back.
This has been, Robert, a true multi-state event. I have seen, my team on the ground has seen significant impacts in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Tennessee. I saw the impacts here in Florida yesterday. I'm traveling to Georgia today so I can see the impacts firsthand there. And I'll be in North Carolina on Monday so I can assess the impacts there. But we're hearing significant infrastructure damage to water systems, communication, roads, critical transportation routes, as well as several homes that have been just destroyed by this. So this is going to be a really complicated recovery in each of these 5 states that have had these impacts.
Fuck, man. People do not deserve to live like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if this is weather manipulation, this is one of the dirtiest things done to America in a long time. But as something tells me, I don't know. What do you think, Erica? Do you think it's weather manipulation, or do you think it's just natural? What do you think, Brad, and you and everybody, Terry? Like, what do you guys think? Like, do you think this is like a? I mean, it's so hard to tell, right? I don't know.
I do think it's manipulation. I think it's
You do? Yeah.
it's the business of America. I think it's the business. I think too, you know, when we look at, it's not They Live. What is it? Soylent Green? Because people always reference They Live, but go back to Soylent Green. The biggest thing on Soylent Green was they took the people away from the coastline and pushed them into the cities. People forgot what sunsets looked like. They weren't able to go to beaches anymore, but they thought the whole world was dark like this, right? But it wasn't. It was just them trapped in these locations, not really understanding. And then the wealthy people were enjoying the rest of the world. Like, I just kind of feel like you take cities like Daytona and Myrtle Beach, and do you notice how drug infested and how crime infested they become? And it looks all, you know, it gets really raggedy, these beach towns. That I think they let it happen like that for a reason, just like Democrat states get really bad, right? And they devalue the property. And so good people move and everyone moves away from these areas so that they can do what they want with it. And like you say, what if he does want Tampa? I was wondering, you know, because before, remember, these storms used to hit Puerto Rico all the time. It always used to be about Puerto Rico. Well, in the 80s and 90s, there was a big drive by the government in Florida to sell land to people in Puerto Rico. It was commercials in Puerto Rico saying, hey, come move to Florida, buy this many acres of land for this really great price, right? That there's a lots of things that are going on, manipulation, right? I believe that they wanted that land in Puerto Rico, but they couldn't get them motherfuckers to leave. So they couldn't get them to leave. They kind of, and it is overcrowded over there, but they couldn't get them to leave. But I think they want to devalue certain places to get the resources, like you say.
Absolutely.
People out. Absolutely. And they want people away from the beach, right? Because they said, oh, you know, why do you want to be there? You know, this is terrible. Get away. And so they can flood it and damage it. There's evidence that there's hundreds of cities, like there were black beaches in black cities that they have completely opened up dams and flooded, or they have dammed up the water for black beaches. They have been doing this stuff so long, you guys. If you looked up the amount of cities that were black-owned cities that they have manipulated the water, to dry it out or flood it completely. If you could see the history of that, it would probably help people understand more the likeliness of them doing this to regular cities, because it's not about race, it's about economics, and people want land and money, and they want to make it seem as if there's, not enough food on the planet. They want to make it seem like the population is just too crowded, as if there's not enough space for us all. And and then they're trying to help it along, right, and get rid of the useless eaters. So when you can really look at that big picture, then I think it helps people understand, like, yeah, they would do that to you. Yeah, they would go through a whole apartment complex and pump in chemicals to test them just to find out if it gives people cancer or not. They would do that because that's the thing that they do. They do it all the time. And people just have a hard time. My government would not allow this to happen. Well, let's just look at all the drug recalls from the FDA, from FDA approved drugs. But let you go make some beard oil and they won't let you sell it. You can't make your own beard oil. You can't make your own, cosmetics without being regulated. Yet all these companies get to give us drugs and inoculate us with drugs that are approved by the FDA that will fuck us over in 5 to 10 years. And we have a track record of it, but for some reason, people are just thinking, not in 2024, this can't happen. I don't know what to tell
It's happening
people.
more in 2024. It's happening more now than it was before,
Yeah, I don't know what to tell people. If you like
It's
it, I
sad.
love it.
It's sad because I feel like at one point we had the best country in the world, like I think we do have the best country in the world, but it's just like, it's just overrun by fucking reptilians and scumbags who want money and people who don't have our best interest in mind that will literally kill us to get ahead. We're like another number to them. We're a casualty, that we don't mind. They don't care if we're a casualty.
Collateral damage, right? Expendables. That's what that movie is about. We the 18, we the Expendables. I don't think people can understand it. You know why people can't understand it? Because in their hearts, they wouldn't do that. So it's hard for them to fathom that someone else would do that to you. Like, who is the guy that flies the plane that lets out all these nanoparticles? Like, who does this job, right? You can't imagine that someone has this job.
So I want to just ask a question. Hypothetically, if we go by the fact that we're in a hologram or simulation,
We are.
Then maybe some of these expendables are NPCs. Maybe they're just here playing a role as their first time incarnation in a third dimension. And so they really were just having the experience of a third dimension. And the people like us who are awakened and stuff are really the main characters. And we're the ones who are meant to wake up and be self-empowered rather than giving our power away. And all these other people are just fluff. What is it they're saying? We're 50,000 to 1. So, a lot of those people that we see in the background are really not here for that whole ascension process. They're just having an experience in the 3D dimension. Well, I'm just saying, what if?
My thing about that is, though, if the people around us are MC, like, is my sister a NPC, or like, who gets to be that? You know what I mean?
Depends on.
I think you can tell the people who are NPCs because they're like soulless. That the people that you really think that you met, you're like, wait a minute, is that person? Is there something wrong with that person? And you're like, wait, there definitely is something wrong with that person. And then you start to think, oh, maybe they're an NPC, or you know what I mean? Like, that's what I think. It's like those people that you're like, you like have
and timelines.
You know what I mean?
I'll tell you one thing that I've noticed. Like, I know that we've gone through timeline shifts because I can tell you in my city that all of a sudden no matter where I go, all of the fast food places, all of the stores, everything, there are immigrants there from, well, I'm going to say a lot of people from East India. And it's like, where have they come from? They weren't here.
I know I'm not. It's not racist.
I'm
It's not
questioning, like,
racist.
are these people, how did this all of a sudden happen that all of these people are being replaced by these other people that weren't here before the pandemic? So
They
I don't know.
own
I
every
just asked a
convenience
question.
store here in Pennsylvania. Like they own every convenience store in Pennsylvania. Like every convenience store you go into, it's someone from East India. I don't understand that. I don't know where they get the money from.
I live in Winnipeg. I live in Canada. This is my whole, my town is the part of town that I live in is like that. And I love East Indian people. It's not that, but it's like, where did they?
Yeah, I'm half Lebanese, so like I'm like like I don't have a problem with anybody. I'm like actually
No,
I want to help people, but I mean,
but where did all these people come from? How did they all come? And how do they all own all of the businesses and everything? All of the trucking companies, everything has been bought up by. And where did they? And that's all the employees are. It's like,
it's not just them.
I can tell you where they come from. You want to know why they own all the businesses? Because it's a Class E visa offered to people from other countries to come here and literally start a business the minute that they get here. So piece by piece, your country has been sold and giving, someone just comes in with a certain amount of money and boom, they buy a visa and they can have a business. And because these people are coming in with the mindset knowing we're just too comfortable. We're too comfortable with our government and our programs and our, and what do you call it? Avocado toast and shit like that. We're too comfortable. Yeah. Like we really should be thinking about, I should own a tractor and I do need a wheat thrasher and I need, you know what I mean? Like we need to be thinking more in the mindset of having equipment and tools. Like those people live out in the country and they have their own farms and they got equipment and stuff. Because if we're not to the point where if a tree falls on my house and I got to wait for people to come, I got to think differently. I got to change the way that I respond to life because we're living in a way where we're being reactive and we're allowing things to happen to us and we're not looking at this bigger picture. And it makes me think that, you know what, we got to take sovereignty more seriously because we're fucking up. We're allowing people that we're going to get food, when we're going to get food, how we're going to get food, what's going to be inside our food. And it's hitting me like, this is not a fucking game because we're living being reactive.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah. You just spoke so much truth, Erica. I mean, but I don't understand why they give that to people who come into this country, but they can't give that to the citizens of the country. Meanwhile, like we said before, there's a huge homeless problem here. Like and a lot of them are veterans who fought for this country, who literally fought for our rights, but then, or whatever. Like even if some of the wars were false flags, which we know now that they were. But I mean, regardless, those people put their life on the line, and now they have to live on the street, while other people get to come in and get businesses right away. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair.
I'm about to hit this one more time because we're voting on.
Wait. Let me just say this too. How much money do we give to Ukraine, and how much money do we give to Israel? But we don't take care of our own citizens.
I know. Fuck Hawaii, right?
Yeah. Why can't you give money to Hawaii?
But I have to hit this one more time. Why are you're gonna vote for somebody? Because what do you vote for? So people are looking at, the person said they were gonna give me this. The person said they're gonna do this for me, or they said they're gonna do this for us. And that is a game. That's a trick. Somebody was talking about Asian people, and I said, you probably don't really see a lot of Asian people voting because they take care of themselves inside their own community. They don't need to vote on them. I said the way that they vote, and this is going to sound crazy, the way that they vote is somebody from their community comes to a big building. that is a high rise with a briefcase with a stack of money in it. And that's how the fuck they vote. They don't vote by pushing no button. Other people are voting by money, the money that they put in certain businesses, the people that they put inside their pocket. And here we are voting for someone to give us new roads, to give us. I'm gonna tell you something. I know some people that live on an unincorporated street and they got potholes in their street. That neighborhood, they won't get together and pave their own street. They won't get together and pour rocks on their own street. But it's unincorporated, so that they don't have they can't call the the local whatever to City Hall to say, hey, fix it, right? But this is a group of people who have sovereignty over their own street and won't get together and fix it. We have to get together and decide what we want for ourselves, because we cannot wait for other people. And yeah, I need to get a generator, and I need to get my own gas grill, and I don't need maybe I need to get solar panels or something. I need to be thinking of the mindset of what I can do for myself, not vote for someone to give me the shit that I need. I'm just fucking mind blown at it right now. Shit's hitting me. Why are we so responsive? And then the group like FEMA can come and say, oh no, you can't give your neighbor water. They did this a long time ago. It was called these interstate commerce laws. Is what the farmers are dealing with now is, these laws that say, oh, we can't give the milk unless it's pasteurized and you can't have real fresh milk, right? But back in the day, when people wanted to sell the fruits and vegetables to their neighbor, they tried to make it illegal. We overcame that at some point, but we have to really look at this. Like, they're telling these farmers what they can put inside our food, what they have to put inside of our food before they feed it to us. Then what happened during the pandemic? They had trucks. Remember that? Trucks were milk. They were just opening the valve, letting the milk just go out into the pasture. We weren't on a food shortage because we had to be. We were in a regulated food shortage. And yeah, those meat that was in the store already, those animals had already been injected with things. A CB vaccine already. That stuff was already vaccinated. And so I was going through the store during that time, and I was like, maybe I do need to wear the mask in the store, because you want to stand up for yourself and not wear the mask. But then I was noticing I couldn't breathe when I was going in the store. I was starting to choke. I'm very sensitive to the air around me. I figured it out at the VA hospital that there was some toxins going in there, and I was the only person complaining. And I was like, I can smell it. My lips were going numb. Come to find out, for 3 weeks, they had been pumping some stuff through the floors. A valve was turned off. They're supposed to clean the chemicals out of the machines that we use in the lab, and they didn't. And the stuff was building up underneath the floors, and it was coming in there. And I was very sensitive to that. So during this pandemic, I noticed in the store that I can't breathe. Like, I'm sitting there. I don't know what was happening to us. I know we have to do something different though.
Yeah, we definitely
I know
do.
people need to wake the fuck up and understand. There's some people out here who have no conscience, and this is all just a joke to them.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, asked you guys what you thought. Like, was this, manipulated?
You talking about the weather?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I also think it was slowed down too. Both ends. I think it was done on both ends.
I think a part of that was the prayers, and a part of that was people with their eyes open and just calling bullshit on the whole thing.
Yeah. I think it was, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah.
We can speculate and all that stuff, but we don't know what we don't know. And so it's like we got to just be diligent, and also we have to just be aware of what lies we're being told and what we're believing, and we've been told from the beginning it's a movie. So what kind of movie is it? A horror movie right now. But
I'd rather call it like I feel it and be wrong than to say nothing. at all. And people will be like, "Oh, you guys are just tripping and conspiracy and blah blah blah." I'd rather be of the mindset that is suspicious.
Yeah, suspicious is a good word.
Yeah, than to be the frog that's in the pot that doesn't realize anything until it starts boiling.
Yeah. So who's manipulating it? Maybe it's being manipulated by both sides. Maybe they're playing, we're not talking about beings who are third dimensional. These are higher dimensional beings who have who are playing with us. And their capabilities are much more than we can fathom. We can't imagine it from what we have. But you showed a clip a while ago with Michio Kaku, but he talks about, and it was from a Russian scientist. But he talks about different classifications of galactic beings. Well, we're not even a class 1, but there are beings. There are different races of people who are class 2, class 3. They can manipulate planets. They can move planets around. Do you think a weather pattern is nothing? Is anything? Is peanuts? It's child's play for them. So we're saying, oh, that's not possible. Yeah, damn well it's possible, and we don't even know what their capabilities are.
In some cases, they are the clouds.
Yeah.
What's that, Brad?
In some cases, they are the clouds. So
yeah, we're just real estate, right? We think but as we become more empowered and as we gather our power, then we're starting to become more aware, and we're joining those higher echelons, but. Like people are being manipulated.
Yeah.
That's why I keep doing what I'm doing, man, to try to wake people up and have people perceive their reality differently, because a lot of people worry about focus on somebody else to tell them the information when they can just go do this themselves by first finding out that they can do it within themselves and then connecting to these higher frequencies, the source, and perceiving the reality accordingly, instead of having somebody else show you how to do it, or paying big money to go take a course to do something when it's already within you the whole time, So that's all.
Yeah, we want somebody else to fix things, but that's what empowerment is, right? That's where that's where we make our decisions.
Yeah, it's empowering.
This is you, Dab. This is the video you shared.
Yeah, and I made the music for it, so it's pretty cool.
Okay, we're gonna pop and lock it and drop it like it's hot.
It's time to see the divine crew behind the curtain. 755 Hurricane Milton edition.
That's all done.
For secret station threads, the ships of the Federation dance in the dark. With cosmic power, they ignite the spark. In the silence, they watch our every move. Hurricane Milton, feel the world breaking. Calm before the storm, something awaken. Galactic Federation, in their light we bask. A cosmic revelation, no more need to ask. Hurricane Milton swirling, a tempest untamed. We stand on the edge, no fear, unashamed. With every heartbeat, we feel the pull rise. Exhale the calm before the storm in the skies. They send us a message loud and
so
clear. Hurricane Milton, feel the world breaking. Calm before the storm, something awaken. Galactic Federation, in their light we bask. A cosmic revelation, no more need to ask. Lifted by the winds, Together we'll rise forever, evermore.
Brad, who made this song?
I did.
You made this song?
Yeah.
How did you do that? It's amazing, bro.
So the technology that's out right now that we can do with music is amazing, and we can make our own music now. So the record companies and all that, for the AI music generators, we can make the style of music we want, the genre, the chorus, the cadence, everything. So we don't even, like, in the future, we're going to be making our own music now and not listening to these celebrities.
Can you honestly show me how to do that? I'd love to make an intro for my podcast, because anytime I try to make something, I try to use something and they hit me with a copyright strike, man. It's bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm like,
yeah.
you know, like, it's fucking bullshit. I can't use anything, you know? Like,
no,
you know,
I get you, brother.
I don't know.
I get you. I got tired of getting striked on, I was using other people's music and they were striking me like nonstop. And what I figured out is they have AI music generators now, and you can buy proof of creation from these AI music generators, put them out as yourself as a distributor, and you now own the rights to that music. And it's created by AI, and you can have it basically say any lyrics you want. That's the cool thing about the future about music, is that, like, you can be creative and have it sound any way you like. And so I had it sing about Hurricane Milton and Galactic Federation.
I was gonna say, did you make that poem? The lyrics? Did you make the lyrics of that song and you just typed them in?
I did select I did write some of the lyrics in there. You can put some of the lyrics in. I had the lyrics of the chorus, and I asked it to fill in the rest. And then I picked the style of music and how I wanted them to sing it. And I wanted a male singer, and it did its thing. And all my videos now are doing that. And now they don't strike me anymore because they're all originals. So they can't be like, oh, you're
amazing.
Yeah.
Well, that's groundbreaking, man, for content creators. You know?
Oh yeah. So I make all my own music now for all my videos. So, and from the generator, it's pretty fun too. It's pretty addictive. I have like full albums now of just music content talking about ascension and raising your vibration. So I have a whole ascension playlist and mixtape that I'm about to release on SoundCloud. It's gonna be pretty dope.
Erica, that can help you too. You can make your own intro. I can make my own intro. That could help us.
I didn't
a lot,
understand
you know?
it. So you use the AI generator, like
So there's a few of them out you can get, but it's an AI generator that I use, and you just you enter in. You can actually enter in your own lyrics, your chorus, your verses, your bridge, and the AI synthesizes it, harmonizes everything. So you don't even have to worry about harmonizing it, and you can harmonize it into a way to what style you like. And there's hundreds of different styles and different genres of music. So you can have like big band if you want it to sound more like country or like country pop or like acid funk or rap or dark rap or West Coast rap. They have everything.
So you can enter
amazing,
in your
bro.
lyrics, or does it help you write the lyrics? Or
Well, you if you don't have any lyrics, you can just put the topics of what you want it to sound like, what you want it to talk about, and what you want the chorus to say. If you want to be that specific, or you don't even have to be that specific, you can be like, "Hey, make a song about me going to the bathroom on a Sunday, and I ran out of toilet paper," and it'll do that. Or you can input your own lyrics, and it will take your own lyrics and make a song.
So Brad, can it also do like binaural beats?
Yes. There are some generators out that are doing that, but I would say we're at the precipice with this AI generator. Okay, like, and this is kind of interesting too. Like, if you notice, AI just came out like maybe even a year, 2 years ago, ChatGPT and all that, and now it's tripled in processing power and capability to do certain things. So now we're at this point now with AI music. It's going to liberate all the artists and all the people who want to be artists. You don't have to sign a record label no more. You are your own record label. You are your own distribution company, and you can go out and make this music and do your own thing with it, and not have to feel like you have to sign a contract and There's a guy like right now on TikTok. I think he's got like 80,000 followers. He makes music that sounds like Deftones, and people love it. He's about to go on tour.
Wow.
He's a one-man band, so pretty interesting. But I figured, okay, so music is the key to the soul, right? And a lot of people are moved by music. So if you get the music right in the right frequency and harmony to the videos, people will pay more attention. And since I've been doing that way, I have had a spike in views and more people now paying attention to it.
Right.
It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh. Yeah, we got some good comments out there. Oh, are you talking about a generator? Oh, they've AI generated the Motown music. What?
Yeah. So I seen them take. Well, what they did was they did the Motown sound, and then they added their own spin to it. But they made all what they did is they made popular songs and they made it more Motown friendly. But I even did a song. I took Rockwell's Privacy, like I always feel like somebody's watching me. I took that lyric and I changed it a little bit, and I put it in a video and made a video of beings coming in my window, and that was the one I just did before that one.
Oh, that was okay.
You heard it when it's in there? It's like, I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I got no privacy. Whoa. You know what I mean? So I took the lyrics from that, and I changed a couple things so I couldn't get like copywritten or anything, because it is different. But then I put the whole beat on in verses, and then and talk about beings coming in my window, because the one time I was taking pictures, I saw them in my window.
He said it before I could say it. BBL Drizzy, because Drake music, it don't even be Drake. He doesn't write the music. He's not rapping. He's a freaking AI artist, and he's been smoked for pretty much.
Yeah, they have AI curators
That's
now.
why every 5 minutes he can try to come up with a new sound. And I know my friend was like, his music is not timeless. It's like, it's bubble. It's, this is that bubble shit. Yeah.
They have AI curators out here, man. Like you would think you're on somebody's Instagram looking at their pictures. They're not even real.
Way more. They got AI models.
AI models, artists, all that.
And I'm not knocking it or hating it. I'm just letting people know, like, everything ain't what you think it is,
Right.
I mean, I ask AI questions all the time to help me bang out thoughts when I want to write stuff, because I have my own thoughts of and ideas and questions and stuff. But a lot of this music, I mean, if I can use it to use Snoop's voice, and see, Snoop did not like that when Drake did that, right?
Yeah. So they have clones. If you got, there's a software called AI, in video AI, I think it's called, and they have things called clones where you can literally clone your voice. The clones is what they're doing. They're cloning the voice of somebody, and then they're putting it in the music, so it sounds like them.
Hey, how did the voice modulators work? Because that's one of the things that they say, that they have these voice modulators. So a lot of the, quote, actors of these people that we know, these famous people, are using voice modulators. How do they work? They get the voice of the person, and then they can use an AI to make my voice sound like Erica's voice, for example. If I got a voice modulator, how would that work? Do you know, Brad?
So you'd have to record your voice for a set amount of time, and then the AI cloner would then recognize your voice, your patterns, your cadence after a while, and then you would be able to type in any text prompt you want, and it would basically be you. The longer it has a chance to get to know your voice and like how you talk and like all the different things that you say and how you say things, the better it will sound. So if you have if you let the AI hear your voice for like 5 minutes, then it'll have a lot to work with to pull for when you use it for other things. But if you only give it like 30 seconds to let you hear your voice, it's only going to use what it has for that 30 seconds.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay.
Don't like Drake, but I love the song and find your love. Ha ha. Oh man, Drake is really hard to like right now. I mean, anybody who's in that cloud about Drake, I'm like, I love when Kendrick did that that album cover and he put all those sex offender dots on his house. Like I was all over that. Even Terry's like, I don't know anything about rap music, but she was with us. She was there.
I was there. Yeah, I did my part.
Yeah, she was there with us. That was so funny. How's the weather in your part of town? True, it's new. That's another Floridian. Oh, he got knocked out. What's his name? Rob was trying to come back, but his internet got knocked out. And then Dab might have, I don't know if his phone lost power or what. I don't know. Rainy and windy. Yeah, BBL Drizzy. Oh my God. You know what I loved about that whole thing? He removed the copyright blocks so anybody could make a video. And I was just like, this is the best thing on the internet. And it was the best. Anybody, everybody, they sucked and they still made music. But it was fun because really, honestly, like we make videos and I was in an Italian an Italian restaurant out in Greece, and the people were playing a song that is a known song. I got a copyright strike for a live band. I was live in front of a live band, and I got a copyright strike. Like, I can't control their use of music, but this is like my life, the real world. Why should I get a copyright strike for listening to real music live? That makes no fucking sense.
No. That's wow.
Yeah. I've even had pictures where I was at an event and people were dressed like Mickey Mouse. Had to take it down. This is, we even to the point where having car insurance and driver's license and like these regulations and homeowners, like we're being regulated beyond
recognition.
Yeah. They're taking all our sovereignty. We have no freedom. Yeah. I was watching a TV show on YouTube and they blocked 3 episodes for copyright strikes. Oh, so you were like live and like watching a thing. Yeah. You gotta like create distortions in the video. I've seen people like they put distortions in the video so that they could watch it live and stuff. So yeah. But I mean, I know what we were doing a viewing party of The Wiz before, and we would watch it, and then we were just going through the music. I think we weren't watching the movie; we were actually just doing a viewing party, but we were listening to the music, and my whole thing got removed. But you're literally showing the YouTube screen of the video. So how am I stealing from you when the rights, the names, all the credits are right there on the screen? It was, I don't understand what we're doing. And so I would have to contact Universal Studios or Universal Music,
Yeah.
To contact Drake's people. This is your people. I would have to contact them to get permission. It's just amazing because you would think I'm helping promote your music. I'm not stealing your music. I'm helping promote your music. So anyway, well, Terri, we're the last men standing.
We're the last ones.
It's 1:11 a.m.
It's 1:11 a.m. Okay, it's 12:11 here. So
Oh my gosh.
yeah, man, almost 4 hours, right?
Yeah, no, it 4 hours and 37 minutes I've been on
Yeah.
here. This is the song that never ends. No, anyway. I feel like I should go outside and show people what it looks like outside though. I want to go outside and check it real quick, and then I'm gonna end this.
Okay,
Oh, my
well,
son is happy
but
because
you keep talking because I have nothing to talk about. You guys can you talk about all that stuff. I can just comment. I can't hold the conversation on my own.
What are you talking about, Terry?
Well, I mean,
make stuff up. You can
Make
talk about your
stuff-
daughter.
make stuff up.
You talk about tell a story about Melanie.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. My stories are not that.
It's okay. So far, I had a whole hurricane, and I only finished one thing of wine. That's just crazy.
Oh, that's pretty good. You won't wake up with a headache tomorrow.
Oh man, Terry. Oh man, I'm trying to open up. Okay, I'm trying to find StreamYard again so I can open up StreamYard.
Is it raining heavy where you are now?
It sounds pretty quiet, and I know this must be the best hurricane ever because my son is still able to watch TV. So he can still get on the internet. He's doing good. But I'm gonna go outside, and I'm gonna real quick.
Okay.
I think I still hear stuff.
Okay. So there you go.
And I have to figure out the camera thing. Let me see. Oh. It's so quiet in the house. Maybe it's just window AC.
Ah.
Let me see. Settings and camera, front, ultra wide, back camera, back. Okay. So woo! Oh my God! I stepped in a puddle. Ah, it was deep. You know they tell you be careful where you walk, like you might step in.
Yeah, in doo-doo.
Okay. It's still a little not bad.
Okay, it's just
You can see
raining.
my driveway, like just junk, some leaves on the ground.
Okay, well, I've seen your backyard worse than that.
I know.
Just a regular rain.
Yeah. Oh gosh. So there is a river in the yard. There is a slight little river. Oh, okay. Not bad though. My doormat is still there. My house is still there. My little tiny house is there. So, not bad. I'll be right back, Terry. I'm coming back.
Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? How as soon as we name something, like as soon as you call it, you name a hurricane, it takes on its own personality. Or if you get, well, we've had heavy rains. Well, the heavy rains are just heavy rains, but all of a sudden, if you name it a hurricane, like it becomes something its own entity. I think they have.
Wow, there is a river.
Is that your front street?
Yeah. There's like a oh, I stepped in the front of my yard. Oh, there's a river going down the street.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay.
but I'm not on here. I don't know. I don't know how to get on here.
Would you just step in a puddle?
Oh, it was so. It was so cold. Okay, I'm back.
And wet.
It's cold. I went to the end of the driveway and I didn't realize that there was like a river coming down the road and I stepped in another one. So it's kind of like there's always this little river going from my backyard to the front yard when it rains. Like I need a towel, y'all. Like, oh my God.
Okay. Well,
I'm
are you
shutting
still,
it down.
are you still wanting to stay on? I will stay on with you, but I need to get.
No, I need a towel and I need to get dry now because I done stepped in all that water. Both my feet are wet and my socks are squishy. So, but it looks so decent. I feel like if it hit landfall around 9, where I feel like we're doing great, and I'm glad if it got to help some people maybe not feel so bad because I know everybody's really worried and there's going to be some damage, but we're okay here. Now you can see why crazy Florida people stay home and you're like, oh, okay. I get it. Because people were ready to cuss us out and be like, get out of there. You know.
Yeah. I had lunch with a friend of mine who happens to be, anyway, I was talking about you and she said, oh, you mean she hasn't evacuated out of Florida? And I said, no, she's hunkering down at home. And she was just like, oh my gosh.
Offended by it, right?
Well, yeah. This woman's, yeah, I won't say too much, but I mean, she's probably one of those, yeah, very established people. So,
I get it. Get it. I mean, I don't understand why people live in Chicago when, and I don't understand why people live in those really cold places when there's a cold snap and then the power goes out just as easily from the cold, So I think we just would you want to live in Hawaii? Because haven't you always been afraid like, oh, there's probably like a, what do you call that? Fiji, where they got volcanoes.
Mm-hmm.
California, they got, earthquakes. And so we all just look at each other like we're crazy and you choose your poison, Just kind of choose.
The Fringe is saying you need to play a video or something. And if you thought about it, you could have put a movie on.
What do you mean? What does he mean?
Yeah, what do you mean by playing a video? The Fringe?
I tried to video the outside.
Yeah.
So, all I know is I'm cold now. I'm grateful. I'm just grateful we have electricity. So our electricity go out all the time. I'm so grateful this time. And I got it like an icebox in here because I figured I'm going to turn this on full blast in case we lose power. So it'll be as cool as possible for as long as possible. But now that I'm soaked from the rain and it's freezing, I'm like an inch away.
Wasn't such a great idea.
Yeah. I'm a dangerous girl.
You are. You live. Yeah.
I live for the edge. I'm an Army girl, y'all. I just like doing stuff. And thank you, White Thunder. That reminds me, my Mayan calendar is White Mirror. So,
anyway. You're White Mirror.
Yeah, White Thunder. But thank you, Terri, for taking time away from your evening and everybody who hung out with us and
Dab and
Monique. Yeah. Allison was here. Oh my gosh, there were so many people. Kathy, Gregory. I know everybody couldn't stay. Edward, Joe. So many people. Andy, everybody. And I do believe Yannick is watching because I think Yannick sent me a message. Catherine, everybody who got a chance to hang out with us.
Yeah,
it was really cool. Oh, if we wanted to pass the time, you still have a connection going. Yeah. We've been here for almost 5 hours. You know, we've interviewed Sean Bond and it's been this long.
Yeah.
So we've done it before. And then there was the birthday party for Consciousness
Jermaine.
War might have been that long too. Oh, it's Trish. Good to see you, Trish. Not Trish Tam, right? A different Trish? Maybe, maybe not.
Mm.
But namaste, y'all. Namaste. So they wanted us to leave Florida. I said namaste. Namaste. Nice. I'm white lunar dog in the Mayan. Oh, you really do know your stuff.
Yeah, and it's
well, of course. Well, white thunder, white lunar dog. Interesting. Interesting. Well, we didn't do the intro.
And I am Yellow Galactic Star.
Wow. Yellow Galactic Star. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So we're going to get flued out. We're going to play you the best intro, outro on YouTube. And we won't get any copyright strikes for that.
No.
And we're going to say good night. We're signing off.
Good night. You take care, Erica. Let us know. Just drop us notes on Telegram or Facebook just to keep us, you know.
Yeah. I think the warnings are over. I think the warnings are over. We made it. I guess I did enough tree trimming. And we're out. We're out of here.
Good. Good. You got
it, and I let go of the button. It's been real crazy. Hold on.